Well, hey. Welcome back. Hey, good to see you all. Thank you for joining us here at the True Crime Cafe today. I do appreciate y'all. Today, guys, we're going to be looking at the actual person-in-person interviews with Jennifer Soto and the police in regards to Madeline Soto's case, as well as Stearns. In watching the body language, reviewing it, I want to thank Gisela K from Grizzly True Crime. She's done an amazing job with these videos and putting these out. The link to her channel and to the videos themselves that we're going to be reviewing is in our description, and I'll be running it across the bottom there too. And I want to thank her for all her hard work that she put in with this entire case. She's done a great job. I want to review these videos with you guys and follow the body language, mostly with Jen, and break down the things she says and does within these videos. So that's pretty much. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. I thought I turned that off. My apologies. Hold on. Sorry, everybody. I thought that was off. Anyway, welcome back to the cafe, guys. Once again, today we're going to be reviewing the Madeline Soto / Stearns police, the actual person-in-person police interviews, not just the audio, because I want to review these and pay attention to the body language and different things like that, and kind of get a feel for what Jen is doing within these interviews. The footage that we're going to be going over was provided via Grizzly True Crime. I want to thank Gisela K for the hard work she's put into this case from day one with everything she's put out. She's doing an amazing job. So thank you for that, Gisela. Keep up the great work. The link to the Grizzly True Crime channel, if you don't know where it's at, is in my description, guys, for this as we review these videos. I know lots of people have put these up and looked at these. I like to do it my way with this community. So just saying, thank you guys so very much for joining me today. As we delve into this once again and try to get some answers to ourselves as to why and how this could have happened. So once again, guys, thank you for joining us. That being said, I think we should get this show on the road. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys again for joining me today as we look into the person-in-person interviews with Jen Soto, Stearns. I want to break these down today, you guys, and look at the body language with Jennifer when she's asked certain questions, so on and so forth. I'm really trying to get a feel for what's going on in her mind during this time. There's a couple comments within this one video that really floored me, and I was just kind of like, what did she just say? And I kind of wanted your guys' thoughts and feelings on that as well. A lot of people believe she knew. A lot of people said she had no idea. I can't believe that she had no idea. I'm sorry to say that, but I can't. I just can't. So once again, just one of those things. So we're going to do it all together. Thank you guys for joining me again today. We got 16 people in here as of now. If you guys would please hit that like button and share this out throughout your social media accounts, I really appreciate that. It would mean the world, folks. So come on in and grab a seat, get comfortable, and let's do this thing if we can, please and thank you. Give you guys a few minutes to get a few other peeps in here before we get moving. Oh, Lord. Come on in. Come on. Let's see who we got in here so far just to get started. So it looks like what is true? That is a good question and a great name. Thank you for joining us. Wisdom Speaks. Miss Sherry's in the house. Doodlebug. Hello, hello, my Doodlebug. Miss Alicia J. Good to see you. Barandy B, the OG in the house. Dragonfly, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Just Debbie, hello and welcome back. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. I apologize for the intro music at the beginning. I thought I had turned it off. My apologies. Doc Holiday, my friend, always a pleasure to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Groot's in the house. Welcome back to you. And like Miss Sherry said, please hit that like button as you're coming through the door. Share this out if you will, please, and thank you. And again, guys, happy Hump Day, Wednesday. It is September 18th, 2024. This is moving right along, guys. Wait, nothing. So come on in, everybody, and let's do this thing. Hold on here a minute. Give me 1 second, folks. I guess everybody's not getting notified again. That's okay. Same old, same old. Oh, come on in, everybody, if you can. Let me check something here just to be sure of something. Oop, what'd I do? Come on in, guys. I'm trying to wait a few minutes to see if we get anybody else joining us today. Oh, I know I don't usually go this early. I was trying to set up a regular schedule so that I can start going earlier in the day and get that rolling again like I used to. And there's probably others that are live too, so that's my fault. We'll get moving here in just a minute. I just want to wait so we don't have to go back. Oh, well, let's see. One moment. Hey, Steven, good to see you, brother. Yeah, I believe a lot of you guys are saying she was failed by many. I agree she was with by a lot of people. Welcome, Dren out to Drama. Good to see you. Great to have you here today. Thank you for joining us. It does with me too. A lot of people actually, I believe, have issues with this. Speaking of which, I'm going to throw this out real fast before we get moving on anything.
Trigger warning.
Real
Content
fast, I'm
may
putting
include
this out.
sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
I'm not sure how this may affect some of you, so I just want to throw this out just in case there's some things that are said that may bother some people. That's all. Thank you, Miss Sherry.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
All right. Let's see. We got, again, everybody that's jumping in. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you very much. I don't know that there's going to be anything spoken about in these interviews that is sensitive per se, but it may be. And I know that this affects certain people in certain ways. So I just want to make sure that everybody's okay with that and know that it's okay to step out. You don't have to feel any kind of a way about that. You're not going to be judged for that either. That I can promise you. As you're coming through that door, if you wouldn't mind, please hit that like button if you could. Again, the footage we're going to be reviewing today, guys, is via Grizzly True Crime from Miss Gisela K. She's done a lot of hard work on this case from the beginning, and I want to really, really thank her, guys. If you would please, the link to her channel is in my description. Go check her out if you will. Like the videos that she's put out and subscribe to her channel if you have not yet done that. Please, I appreciate that very much. She's done amazing things with this and the stuff that she's been able to provide to the communities to be able to see this stuff and review this stuff. So it's really, really, really amazing work. And I, again, thank you, Gazella, for everything you've done. We all appreciate you. I can say that for a fact. So I got 20 people in here, 20 likes. Well, at least that matches. That's great. Come on, come on. So we'll see. I don't want to make you guys wait too long. So maybe that's all we're getting for today. And that is what it is. Let me see here. Ooh, hold on a minute. 1 second, everybody. 1 second. All right. Thank you guys again for joining us today for this. I appreciate you very much. As I'm stating, I'm trying to start doing earlier shows earlier in the day like I used to a long time ago. Trying to get that worked in to a regular schedule again. And then probably an evening show, early evening, 7, 8 o'clock at night. Maybe. We'll see how that works. And I can get at least 2 in a day, depending on what we're doing. Tomorrow, again, we have another show that we're going to be putting together. I want to thank one of my producers, Doodlebug, for helping me to put that together about the crazy stuff that has been going on in Missouri. There's a lot. I covered Timmy D's case. I've covered quite a few cases from this area. We have another one that we're going to be looking into tomorrow. I'll give you guys the time probably this evening for sure. We'll have that put together. But the late shows, that's been affecting me, and I'm sure it's affected a lot of you other guys. So a lot of you, the rest of you, I'm sorry. So I'm trying not to be super late anymore. That way I can get 2 shows in a day if I go early enough, and I can get, West Coasters as well that don't get up super early around this time or so, and then still have a decent time in the evening and have that covered too. That's the whole point. Yes, Doodle. Douglas Teal is the next case out of that area that we're going to be covering. Another strange and weird situation that makes no sense. So that's going to be going on tomorrow. I'm hopefully, if everything goes the way it's supposed to, I will be doing an interview in that case while we're live, and I hope it works out well and she can join us. So welcome, SRB. Good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. I'm sorry to hear that, hon. So sorry. For those of you that are just standing out in the hallway watching, thank you guys for being here. Please make sure that you hit that like button. And please, if you will, share this out. I appreciate that very much. Again, we're reviewing the Jennifer Soto police interview. In-person police interview. It's not just audio. It's the actual interview. And I want to do this because I want everybody to look at the body language, the way she reacts, things like that. And then we also have the Stearns video as well that we can relate to that with it as well. I kind of wanted to watch both of those if we have the time, review those and talk about those today. If we can actually do that, you guys, I really appreciate that. So it's great to have you all here once again. And I hope you're having a great day, everybody. And I really do. It means a lot that you guys are taking time out of your day to spend it with us over here at the cafe. We do appreciate that very much. So again, like I said, these videos are being produced via Grizzly True Crime, Gazella. I think it's how it's pronounced, Gazella K. It's put a lot of work into this. I'm really appreciative of everything she's done and that she has this available for us to go ahead and review throughout the community. So again, Gazella, thank you very much. Such great work she's done since the beginning on this, guys. Really, really great stuff. Right. So, and I'm sure you guys have seen a lot. You guys have already seen a lot of this stuff, and that's fine. There's different things in this that I want to stop and start and look at. Squishy Bum in the house. Welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. So as we see her in here, sitting here, she's got that same look on her face she always has, that confused, worried type look. I don't know what that means. And I know throughout this, you're going to hear a lot about different medications that Maddie was on, that Jen is on. I got to wonder. I just got to wonder. And we'll get into that a little bit more as we go through the video. So I'm going to go ahead and kick this off since I don't think we're going to get many more people in here. If I do got to go back to anything, I have no problem doing it. That's fine. I just try not to do that. That way it doesn't disrupt anything. But we'll do what we got to do to make it work for you guys. It's no big deal. Thank you all again for being here with us. We appreciate you very much. Blue Crew, thank you for joining us today. We all know that I cannot, would not, could not, should not, would not, ever not try to do this without you guys because you guys make it happen. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate you. Thank you, Miss Sherry, for things that you provided as well. And you guys, all you guys rock. So let's get this rolling, guys. Let's try to get this into that algorithm if we can by hitting the like button. and sharing it out. You guys are so appreciated. Let's move on with this. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Make sure that you guys have audio. That's probably important, isn't it? Here we are. Again, please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door. Appreciate you very much.
And there we see her sitting on the couch. Okay, so I just want.
As you all can see in the top corner up there, this is March 1st, 2024, 12:47 p.m. I think this was the same day that Maddie was found. This was the timestamps all match up. Everything's right. Yeah, Maddie's body was found at 4:30 that day, and then they had the press conference at 2 p.m. Just so everybody knows.
I'm gonna play it now. You see the banner up there? This interview is from March 1st, 2024, police interview at 12:47 p.m. As you can see from it starts at 12:47 p.m. I'll update that. Okay. And
hey, Twiz, good to see you, brother. You know, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to charge her if they're not. I'm starting to get nervous that they're not going to be honest with you, Twiz. I've thought that they should have a long time ago, but they made a deal with her, as we've all heard. I don't understand how that works or why. It's off. It is really off, and I know why you're saying that, Twiz. I know exactly why you're thinking that. Just saying. Like Miss Sherry said, she got derivative immunity. That blows my mind. How and why did you get that? Bullshit. It's just bullshit. I'm sorry. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. I agree, bro. Completely crazy. How? I want to know how and or why. There's got to be something else that's linked to this that they gave her that for. There's something else in here that we're not seeing or that we don't know yet. That is the reasoning behind the fact that she got this. I don't understand this. It's crazy. But watch her body language throughout this whole thing, you guys. I want you to see this and listen to how she reacts to certain things and how she's acting. I don't believe for a minute that she's as upset as she's putting out there. And then she said something about her birthday. That in itself tells me where her mind is and where her heart is. It wasn't with this little girl. After she says this comment, you'll hear it. I almost flipped out when I heard it. I had to shut it off for a minute because I got pissed. Truly. So here we go.
The audio interview.
Thanks for joining us, Twiz. It's good to see you, brother.
It was 11:57 a.m. The press conference was at 2 p.m. and Maddie's body was found at 4:30 p.m.
I think that may be what they're hoping for, Terry.
Miss Wee Lassie says the clock on the wall has a different time. It doesn't look like the clock's working though. Tell me if it does, right? Because
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all kinds of people stuff in here.
we're seeing the timestamp at the bottom.
Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
Okay.
Sunday. Do you have tissue?
Yes, ma'am. I should have got some.
So now we're seeing her sad, I guess you could say. Before that, there was no emotion whatsoever from this woman. Now all of a sudden there is. This is ridiculous.
Do you have actual tissues?
No, not a word.
I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. They celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to.
That's exactly it, you guys. I truly agree with you guys that she's not crying for Maddie. She's crying for herself. She's crying for what she's missing out on, as you'll find out, and what she's going to have to endure, in my opinion. This ain't got nothing to do with this child. It's her. And it's disgusting. Hey, Chopper, good to see you. Yes, Jen is full of shit, and this will piss you off, and you will learn about who Jennifer Soto is. I do agree with that, Chopper. Thank you for that. This is not a normal human being, in my opinion. This is not a normal mother. Like Sherry said, this is an incubator. This woman carried this beautiful child, and I don't think she did much to raise her herself. I think her mother probably helped her, and the father. I don't think Jennifer did anything. There's no motherly instincts here, as far as I can tell. That's just my opinion.
It was my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there and that she was
Just pausing. A lot of people are asking, is this new? Have you heard it before? This is new. I haven't seen it anywhere else. Just received it today from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. So as far as I know, it's new, right? So
by the way, this was put out yesterday.
That's why I gave you all the little timestamps. So it's all from.
Welcome, Miss Kim. 23 months. We're going on 2 years with Miss Kim Marin. God bless, Kim. We love you. Thank you so very much for being here with this community and showing up. And Virginia Wolf, good to see you as well. But Kim, congrats and welcome. God bless. Low 12's in the house. Good to see you, Low. Thank you for joining us today. Miss Cassie's in the house. Hello, hello. Irma Gerd. Again, congrats, Miss Kim. God bless. We love you. Almost 2 years in this community. We love you so very much for that. And that goes for all of you guys that are here. Uh-oh. Looks like Miss Cass is having her anniversary today, too. A Dago-versary. 14 months in the house. Thank you so much, Miss Cassie, for being part of this team and this community. We love you and appreciate you very much as well. Toby Marie, welcome from Texas. Good to see you. Again, Virginia Wolf, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day, all of you. And thank you again for being part of this community. We love you so very much.
From March 1st, the audio interview that many of you may have heard that we haven't listened to together yet was at 11:57 a.m. This, you could see the timestamp here. It started at like 12:47 p.m., right? And there was also a press conference that day. So I can zoom in, but then we're not going to see this little timestamp, right? So because I know you guys we can of course zoom in. So just hold on 1 second. And then I can obviously also not fly above the screen. So just wait. Okay, wait for it. Stand by. I'm going to zoom in for us now. Let's move myself like this. Okay. And then, because I know you want to see her a bit closer, right? How about that? It's pretty good, right? Okay. So here we go.
She was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
And that is true. I take hydroxyzine for my anxiety attacks, 10 milligram. I've never heard of it for sleep, but I'm sure it would help in that sense too. And she also was on other medications as well. Yeah, he's a great detective. I do agree, Miss Sherry. He's really good. He gets in detail questions and he picks apart little things, and he's really good. Really good. I'm very grateful to have this law enforcement agency involved in this case. They've done amazing from the beginning as far as I'm concerned.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill while, but I'm like, no, I need to watch you take them.
Has there ever been an issue with that in the past where she took too many or took the wrong thing? Or
Yes.
just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of she took too many, or my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
I got home around 10:30.
So we know she's on Adderall, and that's an ADHD medication. We know she's on hydroxyzine for anxiety. So she's got all these issues that she's been diagnosed with. And you got to wonder, is it real? Or is it based on because of the things that had been done to this little girl for years? I got to wonder that. Now, the ADHD thing, I don't know. But, the anxiety and stuff like that, it could play part in it, guys. It really could. Just saying.
I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds, because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like, I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I hadn't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the.
Mind you, this woman had 2 days off after this. That was her schedule. You had to do that. You just had to do that, right?
The easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up.
Welcome, Moonlit. Hey, I see we have Mother of the Year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Moonlit. Good to see you tonight, dear. Or today, I'm sorry.
On my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stefan to take her to school in the morning.
We'll go to Sunday. So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep, and they help me function. So I'm stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Geodon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone.
Good point, Steven. Now I'm going to point out, guys, Again, my wife was very good with body language. Okay. She watched this too. She's watched a lot of this stuff with me. That's one of the big things she took when she was taking her getting her psychology degrees. The way this woman's sitting, the slumped over kind of, okay, like I'm trying to remember how my wife expressed this to me. She's sitting here in this slumped over kind of motion, like defenseless. It's a defenseless type thing to put herself out there. She's open, and the sadness and all that kind of stuff. I truly believe, and I agreed. My wife said, she goes, it could be real. She goes, it could be an act, and it could be something that she's learned over the years to get people to feel sorry for her and to play into her game in some sense, if she's that person. We don't 100% know. Okay. Hey, 12. Good to see you today. Well, thank you for being here. Trazodone is very addictive. Yes, Kim. So, just saying, watch the body language. That's all.
I took my meds, and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my back.
Oh, she thinks he came down at some point to pee before bed, but yet in other interviews, in the audio interviews we've listened to, she said that, and in documents we read, that he came down, she thinks, in the middle of the night. Oh dear. Oh dear. There's so much I could say. I just want to watch this with you. I'm just like, I'm like in shock. We can actually see her there and just all the things she's saying. And I'm like, it's a king bed. Why can't your daughter stay in the bed there with you? Keep her safe. And she's like, nah, I need my sleep. But her meds knock her out. My goodness. And she had 2 days off after this. I mean,
see, there it is. She had 2 days off after this. She has a California king size bed. This child could have been in that bed and never touched her one time, bouncing all over the place. That was no excuse. I'm sorry. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on it again. What's up, Walt? And it's just bullshit, period.
Get a good night's rest for 2 days off, where Maddie would have had a full week of school, right? My goodness. So, okay, for anyone asking questions about the timing of these interviews, and like April says, I'm a little behind, but has Maddie been found at this point? So I've got a banner on the top right of the screen there just to help you along. Okay, so I could say this police interview, this video one, March 1st, started at 12:47 p.m. Eastern. So there we go. Okay, here, let's keep going.
Restroom, because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male.
Okay.
Yeah, so they just he uses my restroom. Sorry, where did I
You're fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe
Good
over
point,
to the
Moonlight.
restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or where I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit. It was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up. I was kind of
Amen, doodle.
But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog, because the way the dog reacted, he gets very nervous and will urinate if you put the leash on him too directly. You have to like be nice and talk to him. Yeah, he's a nervous dog. Yeah. So I got up to try to help him, and he said, "No, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this." And I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yeah." So I laid back.
Did you see that? I said, he says, no, don't, you just go back to sleep. That's interesting, thinking of the timeline and what he was actually up to. No, you go back to sleep. And she's like, okay. Wow. Okay, so My goodness. Here we go.
Down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been getting ready, but it could have been Stefan, it could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of woken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at like 9, so you never
That morning.
Monday morning.
No.
So the last time you would have been Sunday evening?
Sunday.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute. Okay? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this? So had anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me, just trying to help me. There's like, setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's like reached out with tips or accusations or anything like that?
not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
You have a password on it?
030288.
030288. Okay.
Is that a birthday?
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday is tomorrow.
Today's the 1st. I didn't know.
What? I'll try to understand. But like she's now crying about her birthday being the next day. Oh my word. She's crying more about that than I've ever heard her cry before. Now we're seeing her for the first time. I'm a little bit like, right?
Gazella's
Oh my
right.
goodness, okay.
100%.
Wow. Let's go back a few seconds here. Look.
My birthday.
It's your birthday?
Yeah.
My birthday is tomorrow.
Today's the 1st. I didn't know.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not trying to be cold-hearted. I'm not a cold-hearted person. For those of you that know me, I'm very, very passionate and very heartfelt for people. I can't with this woman. I just can't. There's something about her that I cannot believe. I just don't believe anything that she's putting out as far as emotion-wise, okay? This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I can't. I agree, Kim. I can't either. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Good to see you, Molly. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. And I don't know if it's the medication she's on. She said she didn't even know that it was the 1st. Come on. Are you that doped out on the stuff you're on? If you are, then you shouldn't have a child in your custody to begin with, in my opinion. That is not, these are my opinions. Nobody has to agree with this by any means, guys. I'm just telling you, I can't feel for her. I can't.
This is the worst birthday ever.
I'm in shock. She's like, this is the worst birthday ever. Hello. I think your daughter had the worst birthday ever. She lost her life. I mean,
Yes. Thank you, Gazella. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just gonna read your comments to see what you guys got. I'm just like, what Have you ever heard her cry this much in your life? In all the things we've heard, have you ever heard her cry this much? She's like, it's my birthday tomorrow. Worst birthday ever. Wow. My goodness. Damn. If I could say a phrase to Jen, it's like, read the room. What? Like Healing Art said, she's so selfish. If you guys didn't see the live stream that we had yesterday with Sunny Slaughter on, please go check that out. Like, she had a lot of wisdom to share, and wow, wait till she sees this. Oh my word, because we were talking about how selfish, Jen Soto is. It was always clear as day.
I would love to see the behavioral panel watch this video and then speak on this. I'm telling you guys, I'd love to see that. I think that needs to be done. Needs to happen. Oh yeah, Gazelle is amazing, guys. She really is. If you guys have not, please go check her channel out. If you haven't subscribed to her, which I'm sure you guys probably have, go check out everything she does on. She's been like crazy hard at work on since this case happened, nonstop, and it's been putting all this stuff out here. She's amazing. Again, like I said, the link's in my description. If you have not, please go check her out. And thank you again, Gazella K, for everything you've done on this. We really do appreciate you. She's a trooper for sure on this, guys. She really is.
But it's much more clear now. She's having a meltdown over her birthday. My birthday's tomorrow. Oh my goodness. Like, I can't even. Thank you all for being here, by the way. Please like and share so others can also find this information. And also just like I can't wait to read more of your thoughts as we watch it. If you're just joining now, this is a new interview that we're watching that we've never seen before, and it's 2 hours and 53 minutes.
And everything I've seen on this woman, this incubator, as Sherry called her, it's all about her. Me. Not Maddie. That's what's sad. Not Maddie at all. And guys, we heard her say this the other day, and I think that kind of solidified everything in stone for us when she said that she was when she threw out the Woody Allen comment. Okay, that was enough for me. That was where it told me what this woman really thinks of her own child. That's disgusting. It's shameful. And shame on you, Jennifer Soto, for even having that thought in your mind. I can't, guys. I can't. Hey, Val, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us, dear. Hope you're having a great day.
And it's long, okay?
That way they can get that going so we can get it back to you before we're out here. We don't keep it from you.
That was okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday, you wake up?
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I'm on my phone.
When we get it back, we'll get back to it.
It's. If you need to go.
Now we're back to giggling. Like, how old is this woman? Like, she's acting like a teenager. Oh my god. Pinche Becky Zura Esquivan says, gee, but it's her birthday. It's the worst birthday ever. Oh, I can't possibly explain just how inappropriate that is. What she just said there. That she's like, my worst birthday ever. CSI crowdsourced Illumination said, what about Maddie's birthday? Exactly. I mean,
Well, it's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stefan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, and she said no, because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast."
Well, okay. Hey, Cal. Good to see you, hon. Thank you for joining us today. Here's the thing with the blood work scenario, SRB, in my opinion. I only know this because of what I used to do for a living. This could either be because of the medication she was taking, that they were doing regular blood work on her, or she did say she just got a new job. It could be that they're doing like a certain type of drug test on her because they know she takes medications. So they had to do blood draw to make sure there's nothing else in her system for the new job. It's probably one of those two things, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong, okay? Because she seems to be on these other medications, and they probably need to have like regular blood work done to keep them regulated, is my opinion. Or the new job thing. That's all. That's the only thing I can come to, think it makes sense to me, is all I'm saying. So I know now here in where I'm at, LabCorp, you can't just walk in. You have to go in. If it's for a job, then they hand you paperwork and say you go this time, do this, do that, whatever. But if it's not, if it's for a doctor's office, that's the weird part. LabCorp usually does things for jobs and stuff like that. But if it's your doctor's office usually does the blood work. That's my thought. You know what I mean? I don't know. I can't really answer that question. That's just a thought. That's all.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later.
Ask her about her birthday again, because now she's back to the script. That's how in my opinion, she's back to the script. So now she's back to no emotion, right? Vera said, did she already find out Maddie died? No, because they found Maddie's body later on this day at 4:30 p.m. This interview started at 12:47 p.m. And right now the timestamp, I've zoomed in now, so we can't see that, is at 13:02, so 1:02 p.m. Okay, so they said they have a suspicion that she's no longer alive, but at this point, nobody had confirmation of that, right? Okay, so my goodness.
When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, "Oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now." And I said, "Do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with." And he updates his phone and then tells me, "Oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone." And I said, "How the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone?" He goes, "Yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened." And I said, "Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks." Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while, waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. 2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, "I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave?" And I said, "About 10 minutes ago." He goes, "I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you." And I was just like, "It's fine." I figured he wasn't going to make it because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire, like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger, and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
I want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest
Do
bedroom.
you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only from doing laundry.
I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car,
Same time?
in the car line, yeah.
Okay.
At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front of the line. And I'm holding up the line behind me because there's kids getting in the cars behind. They're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at the house?
It was on top of the dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I do
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know.
What's up, Arctic? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us today. Hope you're having a great day, bro.
I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Go ahead.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot. But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Got it.
I'm just gonna pause. I'm thinking so hard because there's so many, audio interviews and oh my goodness, there's been so many documents and so much information. I'm like, wait, when did they tell her? When did they show her the photos of Maddie in the car?
I completely agree, Twiz. I'm right there with you, brother. 100%. Thank you, Miss Kim. Gifted a membership. I can't tell who got it right now. Whoever it is, congrats. Welcome to the sauce. We appreciate you very much, Miss Kim, for that. And welcome to the community, whoever has now become a meatball. Welcome. Was it Snooper? At the Snooper? Awesome. Congrats, Snooper, and welcome to the sauce.
When she said, that's Maddie asleep in the car, and then they said, that's not her asleep in the car, and she said, is she dead? I think it was on the same day, March 1st. That would have been the audio interview, which happened earlier than this one. So that is even crazier to think that at this point, yeah, then she would have heard from police that they think that she's deceased in the vehicle, and they're looking for her body, basically. Like, oh my goodness. This is all on March 1st. The same day there was this press conference, and the same day they found Maddie's body later at 4:30 p.m. So there's first an audio interview, and then they took it to the police station. Now there's this video interview, and I'm like, wait, so before this, wow, they told her that they think she's deceased in the vehicle? Oh my goodness. That was that Woody Allen thing that she also said, which, wow, we discussed that with Sunny too. Go check that out. Claudia said, I wonder what the police officers are thinking. Yes. I wonder what on earth. This is quite something. So we've listened to 21 minutes so far, and the whole interview is 2 hours and 53 minutes.
Her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my God, she'll put the phone in. It's great. I brought it with me to school because I was just going to yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off. And I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her. I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. I said, okay, let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited, I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back around my office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I called, I don't know if I text her, I called. I don't think I texted her. And I asked, hey, or I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, actually emailed a few of her teachers, and 2 of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all. Like, he sent me a screenshot of like her attendance, and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have it on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
Silly Kitty says the interview when they showed Jennifer the pic of Maddie in the car was the previous day. That's almost even worse, right? Because she's had time to like process that. So think about that she's doing that interview after all of that. This interview is after all of that. My goodness. Wow. Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app. He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I started to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in.
Somebody sent me an email saying that the school actually closes around 6 p.m. So that's interesting. If true, if you are local or you know that they say they were local, I would just like another source as well to help me confirm that. Like, do those offices close at 6? Because then obviously that story, I don't know if that makes sense at all. But wow, she, like emailed the teacher, or she was talking on that app that they talk to the teachers on, and my goodness, not really like running in like, where's my daughter, or panicking, driving.
Welcome, Mark and Betty. Thank you for joining us today. And SRB, no worries whatsoever. Thank you for being here with us.
Driving around, emailing, pretty chilled at that point. My goodness. Okay. So by the way, I just wanted to quickly say while I'm pausing here, a lot of people are saying, please slow the chat. I know that there's quite a lot of people here. So just remember that you can use your finger, okay, if you're using a device, just to stop the chat yourself. Just pause it and then you can scroll at your own pace, right? Then you might have to just catch up again. But it is already on slow mode, all right?
I think at this point, the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stefan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of Catherine. I start panicking. And
Welcome, Paige.
I think at this point, I call Stefan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And
if you're wondering why there's some, like, it's redacted, right? Maddie's name is redacted. So there's some redactions in here. That is why.
there for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Or Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mihan.
Do you know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait.
I can't remember anymore. I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too. In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunter Street. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me, they interviewed Stefan. They asked Stefan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way. So these are video recordings. I think.
Did Stefan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
Then they came back. And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
After dark. It was at 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stefan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving.
She says she ugly cried on the way home. We've read in documents before that she said Stefan ugly cried. And I was still like, what? Heather Hart, welcome. Dr. Berry, psychologist, responds, thank you so much for being here. Yeah, you say, well, I'm at the...
Mark and Betty, this is from March 1st. There's a tag in the top. You can't see it right now, but it was from March 1st. It's the same day that Maddie's body was found. About 12 something, 1 something now, I think roughly we're at. They found her body about 4:15, 4:30 that day. Welcome, Tomboy. I hope everything went well at the doctor. Good to have you here. So, well, I'm glad to hear I'm that part of your life, Kim. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us again.
The part where she's crying about it almost being her birthday. Yes. And welcome to any content creators in chat. Welcome to True Crime with Strategic Eyes. And thank you all for being here as we watch this together. My goodness.
But I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we could like air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly crying, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there like what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving. Like I was swerving.
Excellent.
And does everybody believe that that's true? You think she was really crying that hard, or you think she's putting that out there as, this is what I want you to believe I was doing? Yeah, that's a good... But Sherry's right. When that part comes up, when they ask her where she thinks he could have put Madeline, watch how she reacts to that, you guys. It's quite interesting, to say the least.
Like, makes sense, right? Stefan said, ugly cried about her birthday. That was also interesting to hear that she says she called Fox 35. She has said it before, but that seems to also sometimes be inconsistent. Sometimes she says, I don't know, they got my number because, my sister had my number on flyers initially. And then other times she'll say she called Fox 35. But to say, just to get some information about, missing children out there. Missing children, your missing daughter. Like, I don't, this lady, she's very frustrating. I'm going to go back so you can hear that just a little bit, okay? I just want to go back. Yeah, but there, let's see.
Interviewing me, they interviewed Stefan.
Wait. I want to hear what she said that about Fox 35. So we're going back a minute or so. Okay.
There for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually, I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCD, or for you guys.
Works for Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
I'm glad you do too, Kim. I love your shirt, by the way. As always, thank you again for supporting us in every way you do. We love you, Kim. Thanks again.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mihan.
Do you know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you the way.
I can't remember anymore.
We're almost there. Okay, we're getting to the ugly cry part and all that. And when she called Fox 35, Marta says she's obviously mentally ill. At first, I thought she was guilty, but obviously she has some serious mental condition. I think it doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be both at the same time. You know what I mean? She could be guilty of something, neglect, child neglect, all that stuff, and, have mental health challenges. Okay, so...
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick
And I want to know if that's true. We need to look into that. Were there other kids missing?
enough. I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too.
That kind of makes some sense because I remember when they were at her, when police showed up at her mother's insurance agency. I remember hearing over the radio, the officer said, "Is this another one, or is this one that was found, or is this a new missing child?" Remember that, or one of the other ones? I think that makes some sense there about other kids that were missing at that time. And I'm curious as to know what happened with those kids too. Like, really, what was that all about? So, just saying.
In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunter Street. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report. Interviewing me, they interviewed Stefan. They asked Stefan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off.
We saw that body cam together. Do you remember?
They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way. To see if there's any video recordings. I think.
Did Stefan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How'd that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car. Then they came back. And then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? You remember what time that was on Monday?
Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. Arctic says, I have about as much empathy for Jen Soto as I do for Susan Smith, Casey Anthony, and Betty Broderick. 100% amen to that. You ain't lying, bro.
We'll say 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stefan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving.
Okay, we're going to hear the part now. Silly Kitty is saying, I heard there was a missing child in the body cam video at the insurance company, and someone is also saying in the 911 call. Thank you so much. I need you guys to help remind me because there's so much. Okay, I'm sure all of our brains are full, which is why it's really great to watch this, as a community, as a group, because I don't know. Wow, if anyone can remember every detail, wow. Okay, amazing. I cannot remember every single thing. I do my very best, but that I do. As soon as you bring it up, it does. I'm like, oh yeah. So please let me know if I have a question as well. I'm going to ask you guys. Remind me if you remember something, right? Now we're going to hear about the interview. Let's go here. We're 29 minutes out of a 2-hour, 53-minute interview.
I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home. And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
Welcome, Mikey. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a great day, bro. I appreciate having you here.
When you say ugly crying, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is it, what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving. I was swerving.
Makes sense. Did Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stefan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home, yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there?
Yes. Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35. I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time. And I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night? That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where you looked?
I think he said up and down 192. And I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did you say if you found anything or talked to anybody? Or just roamed.
Yeah, roamed.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional. Were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay. Did you sleep downstairs? In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake? Was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys do Tuesday? Or just you? Yes, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the national hotline for missing and exploited children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell. I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline Place asked me for photos as well. I think at this point, I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible.
Well, that worked, right? Damn, there's a lot of attention on this case, of course, because it's so unbelievable. All the factors and all the things that went on practically in plain sight. And Jen Soto sending her daughter upstairs with her ex-boyfriend. I mean, it's just so much that it can keep one up at night. I mean, it's literally going to keep me up all night tonight. So yes, this case is quite something, isn't it? Also, I quickly want to tell you, based on my question earlier, Mariella in chat said, I'm local. The after school is open until 6 p.m. The office might close before, but there's no way the office will close and leave a child in the office. And then I also just received an email, which someone said, I am from Orlando and am a school counselor within Maddie's district. So heartbreaking. Schools do typically have personnel on campus until around 5 p.m. If there are sports events, it will be later. So there's that information as well. Marta said her behavior is weird because of mental health, her childish manners and train of thought. Sorry, I can't see this comment fully. Hold on one second. Don't make sense. This could be reason for child neglect. I mean, yes, it could be. Tracy Figlin, thank you so much for your $50 sticker as well. All right, everyone. So now we are at 33 minutes in, and the time on the video, remember I've zoomed in so I can see the timestamp. You guys can't see the timestamp because you asked me to zoom in, is 1:19 p.m. So I believe that press conference started around 2 p.m. that day. So clearly she wasn't there because she's sitting here for 3 hours, right? And then later at 4:30 p.m. they actually found Maddie's body. My goodness.
I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking.
Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Make sure everybody that's jumping in here is hitting that like button, if you will, please. And thanks again for joining us today. I appreciate you all very much.
All of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on my phone number on a flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stefan's still asleep.
Yeah. Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview. And at this point, Stefan was awake. I did an interview with them. And then Stefan was crying in the background. And I said, Stefan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35
with him sitting
to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the background for me.
Okay.
I know that one.
In-person interviews with reporters?
Yes. I want to say it was.
Thank you so much for the super sticker, Leslie. We appreciate you guys so very much. God bless. We definitely don't expect it, but more than appreciate it. So thank you again for that. And thank you for being here with us today. We appreciate you so very much.
Channel 9.
Okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too. So he was fucking fake sob crying.
Why does she say that with so much aggression, right? He ugly cried on the camera. Okay. She's very busy saying ugly cry. Why is one worried about ugly crying given the scenario? Cry as ugly as you need to, as you want to. Who cares about what it looks like, right? Yeah, and then knuckle cracking, you guys are saying with Stearns behind her. I mean, let's just listen to that one sentence again. Wait, there.
Some interviews with reporters?
Yes. I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
Yeah, Channel 9.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too, so he was.
Okay, this woman seems to have a very immature mentality, in my opinion. The way she keeps saying things like ugly crying and stuff like that's not, I don't know. I don't talk that way, especially when you're talking about your child and stuff like that. It just doesn't fit for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm overreaching on that, but that bothers me a little bit. It seems kind of immature. And oh my goodness gracious, Miss Bonnie Bailey's in the house. Good to see you, Bonnie. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Just saying. Just an opinion I have.
Fucking big sob crying.
Yeah, I see you guys saying because, sorry, that the comments are flying, but you guys are saying because she might be angry like that because it's so fake and she would know it. Oh my goodness. But that was, yeah, Adrian99 says such an odd reaction. That was quite something, like very angry, like, oh, he was effing, sobbing, ugly crying. Okay.
Are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all the shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now, I'm just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents. But I don't know why I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he?
Yeah, all that.
To his parents?
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it, no matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, the remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s, and I'm poor. I know I can't afford it, and he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, "Where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money." He goes, "Oh, my dad." And I said, "Your dad gave you money?" He goes, "No, I took some from his closet." And I was like, they have an emergency stash? And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, he's gonna notice money's missing. And he's like, "No, he won't. It's so much money that he won't notice it all." I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you and just buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did you stay Wednesday? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together till the detectives came?
So she knew he was a liar and manipulator, but here, I'm going to let you stay with my daughter alone. I'm going to let you sleep in a bed with my daughter. I'm going to let you pick up my daughter. I'm going to, what? Bullshit.
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
See, I feel like everything starts to get blurry.
Oh, I get it. Trust me, you've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what date you guys.
He's like, oh, don't worry, we're gonna get it. If it's quite blurry, don't worry, we got it. Oh my goodness. So let me quickly show you something because people are asking about this clock here. Wait. There, see, the clock is still how it was when the interview started. So yes, the clock stopped. And just for anyone joining now, let me quickly take myself off the screen. Hold on one second. There's the timestamp at the bottom here. The reason we're not seeing it is because I've zoomed in so that we can see Jen Soto more closely, right? Like that. I mean, this clock is just too high that we can't see the other detective. So, okay, let's continue from here.
What day I had conversation with you guys?
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Okay.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell
So
us about that.
okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. if he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have? And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give him your fucking phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit. And then when you guys came in the evening and you guys told us to wait outside and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because like, if you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up and I said, here, play on my phone. Have fun. Because I think from my phone, he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't because you need like 2-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing.
We know it wasn't the shipments. It's the CSAM material, right?
Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stefan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account. Okay. And his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to the Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party. If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him. He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad called bullshit because he hasn't had, when he lived with us, he was struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stefan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into
his emails. So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said, 2-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just going to have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I remember late in the evening, like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back, and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer. I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. And he kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they...
I'm going to go back a few seconds so we hear that whole thing in context, but what? She's like, they effing know something. Look how they're closing down the house. The forensics are there. Ooh. It really sounds quite hectic. The one thing I can get on board, the only thing I found that I'm like, oh, okay, I can get on board with that is when she's snarking at Stearns. Okay, I can get on board with that, but like, what is she? Then the next minute, of course, she's like, oh, you need to get a lawyer. You need to get one. My goodness. Marta says, thank you. Who's your girl? She not well. Minority here. What? Who's your girl? in Switzerland, no sure. Thank you so much for your sticker. Now let's go back
Welcome,
for
Moon
the
Lover.
seconds
Good
there.
to see
Okay,
you
wait,
today.
424.
That sounds awesome, Mark
Should
and
take
Betty.
it
I'm
back to
jealous.
there. Okay, here we go.
They're wasting time there.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy. He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I didn't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us. When I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house, we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stefan. She's never liked Stefan. So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it. So we called Chris, and Chris met us at a hotel by Disney,
Okay.
off of Western Way, and that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or getting, like, laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stefan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? Like, you went to the bathroom, and he goes straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom.
Okay.
I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had, like, a terrible sub.
Welcome,
When I
Dane.
came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
His dad stayed with you guys?
not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to?
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
And said, "Here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your own phone back."
So you're just saying,
So his dad was kind of enabling in some ways by giving him a phone in some senses and not holding his son accountable for the fact that he could have done something wrong. I don't know if you heard me. Welcome, Dane. Yeah, I agree, Arctic. He does. Yeah, agreed, Kim. That's what it reminds me. It's like your knuckles on a damn cheese grater. That's what her voice does to me. It really does. Ugh. Okay, good, Dane. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you.
he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to.
He left a phone there on purpose so that people couldn't track him, but he's an idiot not thinking that there's cameras that could. This is a dumb person, folks. If you haven't noticed it, this man is really stupid. See, the father lied to police in his own interview, acting like he thought they both had driven off that night. Yes. Yeah, I agree. I know. 100% bombshell. I don't like Stefan. I don't like his mother. I don't like the father. I think he's an idiot. I don't like Jen. I think these people are all creeps. Every one of them. Stefan a little bit more, obviously, but they're all creeps, and as far as I'm concerned, and they all know what they're doing is wrong or have done is wrong in every aspect, in my opinion.
I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions. So I was just like, he didn't even figure out how to get here. But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa, and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel, but I'm here now." And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But you know, I mean,
Even then, you would have been a fugitive, but at that point, would he have been? She just says very interesting things. Rolfie and Harley says, shame, shame, shame. Yeah, shame, shame, shame. Saying it the South African way, shame, shame, shame. This is quite hectic. But she gets very angry when she talks about Stefania, right? Okay.
he had a Wawa cop. He said he was at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and I was down there for an hour and came back. I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like strap shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. I'm just like, maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also, detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up. Actually, just we were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I.
Absolutely. It's a good reference. I was thinking about the other day. It reminded me of something. You're absolutely right. For those of you that aren't familiar, Chad Dorman is the one that killed his sons. But yeah, his father made stupid excuses for his son. Stupid. Yeah, I agree, Arctic, 100%. Same type person.
I went downstairs to the lobby and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stefan, told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites.
In my opinion, it sounds, because there's a lot of opinions here, right? There's lots of people here, and everyone's entitled to their own opinion. The way that she's like, he took 2 bites is like so much empathy for him. Again, we've seen that time and time again, right? That he was.
Yeah, Gazella's right. Like, this woman has given more empathy and more care and love to Stefan than she did her own child. That makes me sick, like literally physically sick. If you remember the damn interview where she's rubbing his shoulders and she's rubbing his back and petting his hair, and I mean, like, what in the fuck are you doing? Don't tell me you didn't know, okay? Because no, I can't. This woman makes me sick, guys. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because she does. It's insane. She showed more empathy, more care, more love towards this monstrous piece of shit than she did towards this child at all, ever, in my opinion.
He was her priority, right? And above Maddie. And that is what makes people generally so angry and just like, yeah, we brought him food, and then like he had 2 bites. Oh my goodness. Now lately he's just biting pickles. He's busy nibbling pickles in his jail cell. If you haven't seen the video that I put out, probably I think it was last week sometime, of his commissary list. Oh my goodness, that guy's ordering hot pickles, mild pickles, lots of pickles.
And detective showed up. He went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here, and then you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now we know that was just the interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Okay.
Yesterday I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house so last second. I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house.
What? Ex-husband Steve Young's wife's mom's house. Okay, interesting. Let me quickly read some comments I missed. Book Mama said if meds were causing lack of emotion, she wouldn't have ugly cried over her birthday. Janet said, hi everyone, this video is 1 hour after the audio when he told her that she wasn't alive. 1 hour after she's talk about everything that she's already said, what we've heard. It does sound repetitive. Yeah, some things do sound repetitive. I had to triple check, is this the same as we heard in the audio? Because like what the script remains very similar, across the board with Jen Soto. She definitely, that's why it feels like very scripted, because a lot of the things sound the same. And you're like, have I heard this before? But this is new, what we're watching here now. So my goodness. So she said she was at her sister's house ever since on this day, March 1st. I wonder if she's still there. I don't know. And remember that Stefan Stearns was arrested on February 28th. So if you think about that and what he was charged with, initially it was sexual battery, and then it was all the CSAM charges, right? But if you just think of that, she would have known the charges. So her anger, like, you're going to look effing suspicious. The anger is again a little misplaced, because she should be super angry about what he got arrested for. So to still be able to say, but then he had like 2 bites to eat. Yeah, we were telling him he must eat something. Ooh, that's like actually kind of creepy.
Here's the thing, okay? This is what doesn't get me. This woman should be broken down, screaming, crying right now, knowing what this monster did to her daughter, and mother effing him through the whole conversation. She's not at all. She gets a little bit angry, just a little bit, just a little, not enough to actually force, her to. This is unbelievable, you guys. And I can't imagine she's on strong enough drugs to keep her from reacting that way if she truly cared. Again, let's re-reference the Woody Allen comment. What she truly thought of her daughter running off with the stepfather. That's the worst nightmare. That's what she said. You don't think anything of this child, obviously, Jen. You don't care for this child. You think the worst of her. Shame on you. That's all I can say. Damn.
If you think about it. If you think about that, he's actually already sitting in jail, and she's sitting here on March 1st, and she already has seen the photos of Maddie deceased in the vehicle. Wow. Just think of that whole context.
We're all friends. So, yeah. They consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. When I went to Target, I decided, like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It could either be good or bad, but people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy, because I just have to kind of stand there and take their emotions, and like, I don't know, it's so heavy. When I realized that these are the interactions I was having in public, I'm like,
well, why is it not that heavy for you? You should be the one that's inconsolable right now, but you're not. When everybody else is approaching you that's inconsolable because of what happened to this child, why are you not? That's what irritates me. Thank you, Dragonfly. I was trying to figure out how I was trying to say this. She's putting herself in victim's shoes now. No, you don't get to do that. Sorry. This is again all about Jen, me. Not about Madeline at all. Never was. That's the whole problem. She's never put that child first in her life ever. It's always about Jen and Stefan and Jen and Jen and Jen and Jen and Jen. Why did you not care enough about this child to be a mother to her? God damn.
I need to stay home because I can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like my own. I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral in.
But you don't. That's the problem. There are no emotions. You're an emotionless blob. Good God.
Back being hospitalized.
So what did you meet Steven for Stefan?
I met Stefan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said, sure. And yeah,
She's so fucking ghetto. I eventually asked him if he wanted to hook up. Good God, this woman is just pure trash. I'm sorry. That shows the mentality once again. I'm surprised they're sitting. I couldn't have done this, Dragonfly. I'd have jumped across the thing at her already and smacked her. Why aren't you crying? What is wrong with you? What, did you not care about this child at all? That's how I would have been with this. I had never been a good investigator, or a detective because of those things ever.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in
3, 2, 1, relax. Like, girl, what? Right?
Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically lived at his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what were your next question?
Was that in the current
Yes.
house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in North Port Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stefan was promised a job and that fell through. So we.
Yeah. Thank you, Arctic. Again, she absolutely did. Absolutely bombshell. She definitely kicked ass. From the beginning of this case, she's been doing that. Great stuff. That's why I keep throwing that thing in there. And please, guys, make sure that you guys head over to Grizzly if you have not. Check it out. Like the videos. If you haven't subscribed there, please do. She's done great stuff with this from the very beginning. I really appreciate the fact that she's done this and we're able to review this stuff, truly.
Supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte in 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. April, May.
That's fine. It was something we can look up if we need to later. 17. In 2017. 2018.
6.
Redacted things. And then. No, we want to hear all that. What is she saying? Kraken says, why are you still awake? Because I can be. Don't tell Sunny. Wow, okay, let's just go forward a bit. See when the sound starts. Yeah, there's a lot of silence here.
Around March 20th for a little while.
Okay. A lot of redacted sound there.
You moved to Port Charlotte sometime in 2020 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then you came back to the same house.
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house.
So said she was accused of stealing and not giving her. Oh, hell no. Bullshit. She did every bit of this herself. She paid for this stuff, so on and so forth. So yeah, that's insane. Thank you, Bombshell, for that too. Because that's definitely not true. We all know that. Gazella's never been like that. She never will be like that. So I agree. I wish nothing was redacted, but we'll figure it out at some point.
For a little while.
Where's that?
In Hunters Creek, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stefan.
Around March 20th, I decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it, so he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit, and then the Port Charlotte apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life. So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom. Eventually, Stefan did come. For a few years. It wasn't until like June of last year that I can go upstairs to the guest bedroom upstairs because I just he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to move upstairs and he did. And he lived upstairs until until December of last year.
It's interesting how she says that Stefan Stearns was like a little hoarder and there was so much
Welcome,
clutter
Tammy.
and gave her anxiety because if you look at bedroom number 4, I know he'd already moved out then and back in with his parents, but like there's no clutter there. The clutter's all in her room, right? Maybe irrelevant. I'm just saying she always likes to point out, Maddie has to do the chores and she has to keep her room tidy. But like, what about your own room?
And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents, but they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him, and I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards on his own. But yeah.
You obviously relationship. Talk a lot. Is she a secret teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight. I mean, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days, we're like taking that out of the picture. Your relationship with her,
Okay.
like not
say,
looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to. Like up until you found out some things that you've been told. You guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stefan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And that his name was, and she described him. And Stefan's like, "Are you aware that she has a crush on a boy?" I said, "No." He's like, "Yeah." She told me his name is, that he's tall and that she likes his fluffy hair.
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Within the last week sometime. And we know from, if you piece it all together, Stefan's parents said he was all stressed on Saturday. And he was saying, yeah, he spoke to Maddie. And she, she was so happy about her birthday and all that. But he was saying we spoke about her choir and crushes. I still think that's a big motive for why he may have, what is one of the motives that I would speculate is why he murdered her is jealousy and control and, that interference of like, whoa, now there's this other guy, you have a crush on someone, And even for Jen at this point, Stefan's already been arrested. She's already been shown photos of Maddie in the car, right? At this point, to not be upset about that, like, yeah, she was actually closer to him and told him about the crushes. I wonder why that is, She's probably trying to, even in her own way, like set a boundary. Like, I actually have a crush on someone else. Like, how about you leave me alone, right? My goodness. Stefan says, she. Her name is Maddie lady. Unfortunately, they're going to redact that if she does say her name, but yes. Wow. Okay, so let's, sure.
Like within a week of that Sunday. I'm not sure if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone conference. We don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day. Or sometimes I didn't even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had had a crush on a boy. But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed to be weird either.
But how did he? I mean, it could be. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young. How did he take it? Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, be a kid, have crushes and everything else.
He seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And I was like, oh, I hadn't. She hadn't told me. And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why'd you tell him and not me? And like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe.
But how about now? Like with the context, Jen? Like, how about now?
Maybe because she knew she couldn't trust you and you never paid no flipping attention to her. Maybe that's why she told him. Maybe you were never there for her as a mother, Jen. How about that one? Let's think about that. Why would a child go to a person that's absent in their life? Even when they're there, they're absent. That I don't blame her for. Unfortunately, she had to go to that idiot, but I'm just saying, that's your fault, in my opinion.
Does it still not earth to Jen? It still doesn't?
It's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years. Until, like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. But I didn't want her dating.
So then your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out.
Oh, these redacted parts. Deception. Detective, welcome. You're just tuning in. Now we have her lying in 4K. Mind if I use this for analysis? Of course you can use it. Looking forward to hear your analysis as well on this. I mean, I'm not saying much because at this point I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, what on earth? Ellie B from Tennessee, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Okay, let's keep going here. Still redacted, that part.
So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something? So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to sleep in the guest bedroom?
So originally the plan was that all three of us were going to sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like.
Oh, okay.
In the past, too.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
yeah. What
brought that on? Was that like a request of his? Like, can we sleep in the same bed? Request of hers? Or you just saying?
Me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still look at him on, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That was normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but
how was she still side eyeing him and making sure nothing was happening when she sends her daughter upstairs to go sleep in a bed with him? I don't get it. It feels like gaslighting at that point, like saying, but I was side eyeing him. I was like very protective. Okay. And yeah, just, when she earlier said, don't trust a man in earlier interviews and all of that. And here saying I was still side eyeing him. Side eyeing, but saying night, you two go to bed now. What? MCM says your channel's on fire. Thank you so much for the awesome content. Thank you so much for being here.
He never requested. I'm sorry, repeat the question then.
So I guess what you said, like you had a rule. Like obviously we know now they've slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah.
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4. But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I asked, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, together all the time. So we were always. She would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side, he would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
But it isn't really, you know what I mean? The CSAM evidence showed that the abuse started much, much earlier. So I don't know when that would have taken place. Where was Jen? Not that Stefan was working. Maybe she was at work for all we know. But she's like, that's when the sleepover request started, because I remember her saying, you know, that, but they would beg. They would beg to go upstairs and watch movies. And I don't want to watch movies late, so I just sent them upstairs. Now she's saying it's from June the year before. Oh my goodness.
And I kept telling her, no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually at some point, like, we really want to watch, probably it was, they really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a slumber party with him, to be alone in a bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at school close by, but I make sure I get out around the same time and I get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time if she wasn't at school. So yeah, after.
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
With me.
She never sleeps in her room?
No, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you have any idea? We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kids City Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI, yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority. I'm sure the state police department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, they're brought to a room, they'll be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs are kind of stopped on the other things we have going on until it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, and I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened, right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stefan killed her, right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and she is alive, that's phenomenal, right? That's the best thing that can happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation. You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that. So I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt. And my fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof. And now, by her being found, brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead, because you guys tell me you're suspicious, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say these things is there's been a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with, I saw.
They just again told her the most horrifying information. Maybe it's a coping strategy. I don't know what to say at this point. Maybe this is how she copes. She's like, oh, okay, let's push that away and just talk about a form. But it's really shocking, right? Maybe her brain can't process all of that right now. Okay, look at me giving her the benefit of the doubt there. I try every day. I will always say, I try every single day to give Jen Soto the benefit of the doubt. But it just, some things that she does and says, it's just unthinkable, especially when you remember that this is about Maddie. What about Maddie? You know? She was not protected. And Jen was very selfish. And that is devastating. This is so devastating, right? Tracy's like, what? Oh my goodness. Okay. So we still have, just so that you know, we at 1 hour and 13 minutes. And I do have another police interview of none other than Stearns that we could watch after this. Okay. So because I'm busy covering a trial. So I might as well just do that. And then we can watch the trial again later. And we continue as per normal, right? But that's going to be quite a few hours. So I hope you guys are ready to be with me for a long time. Okay. We're basically flying like I used to when I was a pilot from Johannesburg to Hong Kong. We're doing a long haul flight today. Kathleen said she's paddling hard underwater to save her butt. Right? I just can't believe everything they just told her. I mean, I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm just feeling devastated, all over again and looking at this. And she's like, okay, then they're telling me to like fill in a form. Just tell me what I saw. What? Oh my goodness. Okay.
And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today. But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephanie, we want your phone. Stephanie, we want to talk to you. You're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephanie.
Yes.
Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt.
Here's how it does, brother.
My goodness. I mean, he makes a good point. Mark,
Good.
thank you so much for your sticker. You don't have to buy a sticker every time you want to make your point. I've seen your point many times. Thank you for the support. I understand she's got mental health problems. I don't think that can be an excuse. It can be both. That she's neglectful, a terrible mother, not protected,
not
and
an
have
excuse
mental
at
health.
all.
That's my opinion, right? So it's like we don't have to convince each other. We can each just have the right to our own opinion. And I think that's okay, right? I understand that maybe you feel protective of her right now. Like, whoa, what if it's people like bullying this mentally ill mom? But like, but then she had a daughter. So to be like, no, you need to come home now, and then the ex-boyfriend's going to come home, and then just send her upstairs. Well, then she should have never had custody of Maddie, right? You do not send anyone, no matter what your mental health diagnosis is, a little girl upstairs with your ex-boyfriend. No way. No, this it goes beyond all lines of comprehension, right? So the detective's like, that's nuts to me. Like, you're thinking of getting him a lawyer, you want to protect him, you're worried about him. That's nuts to me. Yes. You want to see that again for a second, Akia?
We want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer. That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephanie. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than anyone. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt. Does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you. Like,
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did this stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe.
What What did she just say? That didn't make any sense at all. Like she's fumbling for some kind of a stupid ass excuse to make any of this make any sense right now. And she's full of shit. She's caught. You're caught. Good God almighty. Shut up.
I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she?
That's the problem right there. She picked him over her daughter once again. She picked the monster over the biological child that she carried in her body for 9 months and delivered and was raising. I don't understand this. What? Oh, God. What is wrong with these people? She's rambling, Kim, because she's trying to make it make sense. Because I think, again, she's worried she's in trouble now. Thinking about herself once again. That's all she ever thinks about is Jen.
I got abducted. What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me.
They showed her photographs at that point. They had showed her photographs. What are you thinking that is good about him at this point, you idiot? God, what a dumbass. I'm sorry, but damn.
And have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
You know that
right
now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know.
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance, offering a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different. I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask. But going back on, has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things we weren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
Wow, we're going to have to go back a second there because that's the point at which we always wondered. The document said that Jen Soto said that the sex stuff was not evil, but the murder was evil. That's what they wrote down in the document, right? So now we heard it there from the horse's mouth, like, oh, okay, so we have to hear it again. I don't want to misquote her there. So let's go back to here.
Him being falsely accused, that any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if you
see, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he did anything evil to her. That's why they quoted it like that. That's why they said that in the document. So they kind of took that and said, okay, so she's saying the sex stuff is not evil, but the murder is evil, right? That's how they interpreted that. How do you interpret that? It does sound like what they wrote in the document, kind of like, well, I believe the sex stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he did anything evil to her. Ooh, it's all evil, the whole thing, all of the sex stuff too. And she's talking about photos that they showed her first of Stefan Stearns' you know what, and then of the CSAM material, like a photo. And then she said, oh, no, I don't recognize anything. I don't recognize any of that. So now she's saying, Captain? Oh, okay, well, when you guys showed me the photo, then I was thinking that, okay, I believe that she believed that the sexual abuse occurred. And she calls it the sex stuff, sexual abuse, okay, of your child. Horrifying. But then didn't want to believe he did something evil to her. My goodness. Like, that is just another one that's just so telling. Janine said, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got you live. I'm like over an hour plus behind, so I appreciate your coverage of the case. Thank you so much. Wow, okay.
If he did this stuff, fine. But what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I'm just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing? But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know
right
that now. We know he's a piece of shit now.
You know,
But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting the disappearance, offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different. I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask. But going back on, has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you aren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and like butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with or doing. And I let him know that. Like that's not something.
So,
I don't know why that makes me laugh. The way she says, she's like an anal thing like butts. Oh no. True Crime with Strategic Eyes says her actual statement is worse than the interview summary. It actually is worse, right? The way that she said it, we have to go back and just listen to that again. Oh my goodness. I look forward to your reaction to this True Crime with Strategic Eyes. Oh man. So, okay, taking a break here. Let's just pause because we're going to hear some stuff now. Here we go.
you guys slept in the same bed together. Stephen was a big portion of your life. At one point, Stephen was a big portion.
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step out if needed.
Portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person because shit happens in the past. In the past, we can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never. Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was that wrong.
I'm like, starting to swear. If you can lip read, you can see I'm like, I'm like, yeah, they did snuggle. Why are they snuggling? That's not anyone even related to her. And she's, 13 at that point, but just turned 30. So 12, 10, 11, 12, snuggling. No. I don't like it. Oh my goodness.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
She's got her own blanket.
spooning for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep with his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on, but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird?
No.
Okay.
No. So he's in his boxers, snuggling your only child, your daughter. Even if you had many children still, he's snuggling your child. Oh my goodness, it just makes me like, oh, no. And then she's like, so, she's in the nook, as she called it, the nook, Oh my goodness, did you find that abnormal? No, not weird at all. No, okay, let this be a lesson then. For anyone watching, that's not okay. It's just never okay. Protect your children. Predators love that kind of thing, right? Oh my goodness. Akil George said, will we ever know the toxicology report? I don't know if we will maybe at the trial, but before that, no, it's not public information based on the Florida statutes, right? Miss Chewy said, I know that you're upset when your cheeks glow bright red. When people know that I'm getting really angry is when my ears go red first. So, but you can't see my ears, so haha, you have to wait for the cheeks, yes. But I'm just like, it's like, shock. We're going to just go back a few seconds there so you can just hear all that. Listen to this quickly. From around, yeah, from here. Listen.
Should be.
Welcome, Michael.
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that was a problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling. They're under the same blanket. They're not under the same blanket.
No.
But just like
She's got her own blanket. She's got her
spooning
own.
for what?
Mm,
What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
he would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay.
How
do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stefan would sleep with his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on, but he didn't have pajamas.
Okay, so they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, or essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird.
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why? And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof, with you home most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You're living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained to you some pictures. I can tell you that today, you're still downloading his Google Drives. You're still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe you've gone as far back as in when she. So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling, did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? He talked to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Have you ever cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long until they fuck up, or until something comes out, or somebody says something, right? So we go back to 2020, we're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only is he being sexually active with you, you had a sexual relationship.
Now, at this point, I think she's crying because she thinks she's in trouble. The way he's presenting this to her. That's truly what I feel is going on right here with this. The whatever fake crying this shit is. But just saying. That's my opinion again.
And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear. But where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed. You guys all talk, you guys all share things. You're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them, let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person, I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation. The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention. Right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush. At the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need.
I'm just going to pause because I'm assuming that the police officer is saying that because he needs to get more information out of Jen. You know, because I understand what he's trying to say, but like sexual abuse is so terrible. I know there's many in this community that have survived that. And, you know, to be like, she probably thought she was in love. It's not what it is. You know, you like survive it and all of that. But I get what he's trying to do, right? Okay.
To establish.
Let me just also say, obviously, this comes with a massive trigger warning. It's very upsetting, very triggering. I don't know if you also feel like, you know, in your like gut,
Trigger warning. Content may include sensitive or violent content not suitable for all viewers. Feel free to step
I don't know, sometimes like she just get this ice cold feeling and just like fear just watching all of this. I just can't imagine what Maddie felt like in this household. It's absolutely terrifying. It's the stuff of nightmares. And I know it can be triggering for many people. So if you need to look after your mental health, right? If you feel like this is too much for you, don't worry. We always save a seat for you, okay? Your seat will always be saved. So if you need to step away a bit, take a nap, go get some sunshine or whatever it is, make some tea, do that, okay? Twisted, thank you so much. So
And I still think it's a very, very, very huge possibility that Jen Soto was jealous of her daughter and Stefan's relationship. That is solely my opinion at this point. And again, people maybe get upset with me with that, but I do truly feel that there's a grand possibility she was jealous of her daughter. Sorry to say.
I'll just go back a few seconds so that you don't miss that whole sentence there. Like there.
Believe that a reasonable person, I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
Yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation,
I had no idea.
the videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush. At the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you establish that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of your sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole and I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion.
This dude is 152% on point with this. God bless you, brother. Great job.
When we're aware of what the truth is, so it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to this everything. 4 years.
Minimum. That's just how fast.
yeah, minimum. Oh man, it was interesting where he said it's seemed like he's speculating that she would feel guilty, and then she shook her head like, you don't feel guilty. And I guess if you look at the whole context of that entire bit that he said there, maybe she's just like, no, shaking her head because she's like, no, I didn't know, which is possible, okay? But at the moment that he said, well, it's as if you have guilt, and then she shook her head. That was interesting, okay? Please also, I wish I had more eyeballs, okay, so I could see everybody's chat, but there's a lot going on in chat, of course, so please leave your comments below afterwards as well. I look forward to reading all your comments. Leave some timestamps there as well, like if you notice something, say at what moment you noticed it, so that I could go back and review it as well, okay? All right.
That far back the cloud goes. I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about
This here, in my opinion, is her being scared. She's in trouble now. The way he's talking to her, I think she thinks she's scared because she's afraid she's going to be going to jail too. That's what this is. Look at her face, you guys. This ain't because she's upset. That should have happened earlier. Now that he's coming at her with saying, you knew, she feels like she's going to get in trouble for this. That's why she's crying. You piece of shit.
How many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was. His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because that he hadn't shown me anything so far. Like everything seems fine. Like he seems like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what, right? We searched murder, because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that.
Chopper, you're this whole right, Kim. You guys can speak whatever you feel in here, as long as it's not re-victimizing the victim. You're fine saying whatever you feel in here. That's always been open, guys. Say what you need to say, get it out, do what you got to do. You're not going to be blocked. None of that kind of stuff. So do your thing.
He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap. Now, what? You know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle. Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her. What do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories. I keep hearing
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I believe. I don't want to believe he killed her. But when you were telling me he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning.
Damn, that's specific. Oh wow, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her out in the morning. That's very interesting, right? Janet says, I'm sorry, G, please, of course we'll save you a seat. I'm so sorry that you feel triggered. I understand. And your seat will be saved and we'll catch you on the replay crew. Maybe when you come back, we'll be busy with the other interview. We're going to watch Stearns' interview after this in a different live stream. I have no more notifications left, okay? So if you are leaving the stream at any point, just come back later and just check if I'm still live, because I'll probably be live with something else, okay? Sorry, mods. Very, very sorry. This has been a very hectic day, but because I'm covering a trial, there's really no other time to do it. So anyway, here we go. Okay. I really appreciate that you all are here watching this with me. I'm sure many of us are going to watch this on replay quite a bit and just go like, wait, what? She said what? Yeah, we're going to go over that again and again, I'm sure, right? Foxy, welcome. Welcome to all the new members as well. Okay. So yeah, give us a scenario, Jane. What do you think happened? It's just interesting that she's like, oh man, he must have killed her on Sunday night and snuck out on Monday morning, but probably more like early hours of Monday morning because, and I'm so sorry, I hate saying these words about Maddie, but when Stefan transferred her from the passenger seat to the trunk, they said that her body was limp. Now we, thank goodness, will not see that video, but that's how they described it in the documents. So if you take rigor mortis into account and all that, it's probably the early morning hours of February 26th, right? And it's interesting that the roommates heard noises around 2:30 in the morning as well. Susan says, okay, ding dong, Jen said she doesn't trust men and she did not want a Woody Allen moment, and yet Jen allowed Maddie to sleep alone with him. I know that one is still like, what? Oh my goodness, okay.
That photo you guys showed me of her slept in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all. Yeah. I know, my brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive and she's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to. His story was so fun. Like, every detail was so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like,
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did you disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening. And I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys knew more.
You never said, what did you do?
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that.
Hey, JC girl, good to see you. This interview is from March 1st.
He hadn't done anything to her at all.
Which, if that's true, if she really had no clue whatsoever, okay, that would be a lesson then, because we like to learn from these cases. You have to ask, where's Maddie? What did you do to her?
I'm going to say this much. If it's true that she really did have no clue, then she's just dumb. She's a horrible mother, and she's dumb. And she should never procreate ever again. Never should have in the first place. This poor child led the most miserable life because this idiot was her mother. I'm sorry. That's, again, my opinion.
Where is she? She was lost with you. You took her to school. So tell me exactly what happened, right? That would be like, where's that protective mom vibe, right? The mama bear, where is it? Like, to just say, I don't know, I just believed him so blindly. You trusted him so much that even when your daughter's missing, it's like, oh, it could never be him. Ask questions. Your children come first, right? That's the lesson.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
We're talking about the other day.
Up until.
When we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are you going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey, Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he's ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought.
How about that for a red flag? Oh my goodness. Book Mama's like, this video, how is she not in jail? It's like, yeah, there was this one time when he told me when he was much older, okay, he was graduating later, 19, 20, he was dating like much younger girl. Yeah, store that information. Don't let him snuggle with your daughter. well, he's just wearing boxers or anything. I'm just saying like boxers and he's there and it's not, no, none of that. I'm just saying like boxers and he's there and it's not, no, none of that. Okay. Remember, she said in one of the interviews, I can count on one hand when I sent them upstairs. Like, how about no hands? Don't count on any hands sending them upstairs at all. Put the hands down. None of that. Okay. Susan said, seriously, it's such a tragedy that Maddie got stuck with such a crappy, self-serving mom. It is, it's so devastating. Oh my goodness.
That was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents left me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
Who, me?
Okay. If you had knowing Stefan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. I know you haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he.
In this area,
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
I'm saying in this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck. I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house. Around that exit is kind of secluded. Like,
When you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
his parents' house, yeah.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet.
It is true. I took the little Google man on a drive around their house. They're obviously not on a live stream or something because I don't want to show their house. But yeah, the Stearns is where they stay. There's not many other houses around them. Okay.
I just feel like he had more.
Again, she's still too calm. There's no reaction to this shit. The couple fake bending over, freaking out looks or whatever. She's still too calm. What is wrong with this person? Please tell me I'm not the only person that thinks she's completely detached from reality.
There would have been more spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road. I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
No, you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, Florida. I sent the last detective 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit Monday when he left the house in the.
Unless, of course, he knows other people in St. Cloud that are involved in the same shit that he's involved in. Like, the Santa Claus pornography ring going on in St. Cloud, because that's still something in the back of my mind. I could be wrong, but I can't let go of that thought for now. At least not for now. I think she's acting stupid, JCI. Either she's acting stupid or she really is just stupid, okay? And should never be a parent, period. She's completely detached, Paula, completely. And Michael's right. She's never shown actual genuine concern for her child. Not as of one time throughout this interview did I see that yet. Sorry.
Afternoon about the flat tire. He had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys.
Can you guys believe she said stashed and dumped? We don't even say that, at least here. I don't say that. I always feel like, ugh.
Everything that this trash is spoken on today is completely ghetto. Like Gazella just said, stashed, dumped, hooked up. We hooked up. Like, what are you? Seriously? This is a trashy person. I'm sorry. And yes, he's very detached. A normal parent, Chopper, would be completely broke down right now, having a complete total nervous breakdown. Should be. I would be. Why is she not? Why is she not? Sorry. I don't believe anything she's saying. According to the people in the area, she's dead on where they found Maddie. See? Telling you. I'm telling you she knows, and she knew.
That's just so disrespectful to the victim. It just feels so painful. I can't imagine what the families go through. They hear that, but she's out here saying it herself, like stash and dump. Okay, just think about where that would be. What?
There's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to. The only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, or the Pioneer Villages.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like an electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on Giant Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well.
Linda, shortly after this happened, there was a child pornography ring busted in St. Cloud. The reason why it's the Santa Claus ring is because the guy that was lived in the home, the lead of this, looked like Santa Claus. Literally had a big white beard, kind of a heavyset guy. And it was a lot. And it was so serious that the guy's son was involved with it. He was living in the house with him. He shot himself before the police could get there. So I'm just saying, I know we haven't heard anything about it being linked, but it's very hard for me to not believe that there was no kind of a link based on the amount of images that Stearns had on his device. It's just something that I can't let go of. I'm not saying that it has anything to do with the other guys. It's stuck. It's just stuck there in my mind. That's all. I don't know. But that's what that's all about, Linda. And it was the timeline. It all happened way too close together. Is all I'm saying.
That's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT teams, called emergency response team, is just a group of people who search areas. Doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're gonna be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026. Okay. I don't think you want that to take too long. Right? I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't know. Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
Here she is crying again because she's afraid for herself, in my opinion, because she thinks she's in trouble. The way he's talking to her. Yeah, we just passed that, Paula. At some point, this officer essentially says that Maddie thought Stefan was her boyfriend. If Maddie herself was hiding this from Jen, as what Stefan, why would she have any reason to be suspicious? Yeah. It's possible, Cap. It is possible, but I don't know. And yes, absolutely, JC. I'm sure.
I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any, it's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Steph, and they feel like absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris started, are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris about Stephen needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stephen raping. And
No.
the first thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person.
She's lying. I'm sorry. I full-heartedly believe she's lying. Again, this is such bullshit. This whole thing, sorry, Stella, for freezing it like that. She's a liar, guys. She's purely and blatantly a liar.
But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you...
Oh, this detective is so good. Oh my goodness. Isn't this such a great interview to watch after everything that we've read, studied together, heard? Is like, oh yeah, we needed to see this. It's like they really grilled her. They're like, hello, there was a grown-ass man doing this and this to your child, and then you said he needs to get a lawyer. Yeah. Gindy Cindy says, there it is, detective. Wow.
But then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, it's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan.
Yes, tell her.
Okay? And if that's naturally how you...
I love this detective. I was in shock. Bullshit. You're pathetic. Absolutely pathetic.
react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of, and that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stefan. So now, murdered by Stefan, you're aware of this, you were shown pictures of this, you were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail, you know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said, I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stefan needs a lawyer.
Yes, tell her.
Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's.
I don't know why. I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy.
Yes.
So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now you know Stefan killed her. You know Stefan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest.
Absolutely, Cap. She's done that through the whole interview. She turns it on and off like it's a fucking water spigot. Okay? Boom, 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 boom. I can't believe I'm fine. I can't believe this. I am fine. What are you doing? This woman is completely mental. But I do believe that she knows so much more than she's letting on in this interview. And every time she gets upset and cries, I think it's only because she's afraid for herself. Because she's that fucking selfish. And has been through this whole thing. It's about her. It's about me. Me. Madeline, who? Me. Madeline, who? Me. That's what she's done through this whole thing. And I'm sick of seeing it.
Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That
On
was
the blowjob,
that was
oh,
then.
he can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
So we
lying
had to show
this
you a
whole time.
picture.
Like, damn, she's saying it again. Earlier when she said, you know, she accepted the sex stuff, but then she didn't want to think that he did anything evil to Maddie. Okay? She's actually saying the same type of thing again right here of like, no, that was then. And they're like, hello, we showed you a picture of your ex-boyfriend's penis in your daughter's mouth. Okay, I'm sorry, that's what they're talking about, and we did go through it in the documents before. It's just amazing to hear it that because you know it was kind of like a one line in the document. Is this what they addressed it, and they were saying, why do you keep protecting Stefan? But here she's like, no, that was then. So again, you're saying the sex stuff it's not such a problem. Like what about the murder though? If that happened, is she still alive? Like this is unbelievable. Oh my goodness, this detective is amazing.
Her dead in the car for you to finally not take his side? Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here.
No, I
but it
don't.
makes absolutely no sense that your name is Stefan.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stefan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stefan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stefan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't. You're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please, I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer. You hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important. important to you? That
No.
wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was
He was
terrible.
a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
And why?
So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen? Is listen, I know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened. How do I believe that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stefan? Now, once have you shown priority in this conversation, in this investigation? You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks.
Yes, and I think that's what many of us, right, pick up on. That's such a huge, obviously, it's like an understatement to say. Like a huge.
Here's the problem with this, you guys. I'm not a cop, not a law enforcement officer, not a detective, not a judge, not an attorney. I'm nothing in the legal realm of the world whatsoever. Neither are any of you. We have maybe 1 or 2 retired police officers in here. That's about it. The rest of us are just your normal everyday people, folks. Okay? I worked in fire and EMS. That's the closest thing I can get to this. That's it. But we are all on the same page. We all see what she's doing. We all see her for who she is. This is a trained detective. And we're all speaking the same way he is. Does that say anything to anybody? You don't have to be trained to see through this shit. You don't have to be trained to see what she is. You don't have to have a diploma or a degree in law enforcement to understand that she's full of shit and she just didn't give a fuck about her daughter. None of us have to have that. It's just human nature to see this in people. That's what the problem is with this. It's bullshit.
Huge problem, how devastating to prioritize that man-child over her own daughter. You know, this is, wow. Look at the way I posted. She's looking like she's just like taking this all in. Like, what? I mean,
And again, there she sits with the defensive positioning. Feel bad for me. I didn't know. Boo-hoo for me. What about me? Grow up.
looks authentic sometimes, right? And other times I'm just like, damn, that she can just like, okay, back to talking about forms, you know? Oh my goodness. Objection case says her mind says to protect Stefan because it's linked to her protection. His guilt is linked to her awareness and guilt. Okay, let me just read that one slowly one more time. Her mind says to protect Stefan because it's linked to her protection. His guilt is linked to her awareness and guilt. Okay, thank you so much, objection cake. Oh my word. Okay, but this detective is so good. This one's just sitting here all quietly like, He's feeling like us right now. Yeah, you tell her.
Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stefan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob, no big deal, get a lawyers.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe.
What does that even mean?
It's easy to.
How can you say I don't know what to believe because the detective just said? We didn't just tell you. We think that he's been abusing your daughter, or listen, we've got evidence, and she saw it with her own eyes. They first.
Welcome, Kim, north of 54th. Thank you, SRB. And seriously, guys, he's 100% right. I'd probably interview her the same exact way. And I have no degree in law enforcement. Any one of us would probably ask the same damn questions. What is your problem? You said you defended him. You wanted to get him a lawyer until we start screaming at you in your face. Until you realize that you might be in trouble for this. That's why you're upset right now, because you might be in trouble. Once again, not for fear of what has happened to your child. The fact that this piece of shit killed your daughter. The fact that this piece of shit molested your daughter for years, but now that you might be in trouble, Miss Jen, boo-hoo. Fuck you. Excuse my language, but God, sick of this.
Showed him pictures of his, you know what? Okay. First showed him pictures, and do you recognize this? Yes, you recognize it. That's his. Okay. Well, now let's show you this picture. And that was then CSAM. And then she's like, what? I don't recognize anything in that picture. But they did show her the picture. And, you know, she had to react to that. So to after that, see the picture, and after that say, she thinks Stefan should get an attorney. That I can understand why they are grilling her for that, because that is just very upsetting. That is an even worse failure of, you know, protecting her daughter, even beyond her death. You know what I mean? Like, oh my goodness, like quickly protects that he needs a lawyer. Oh no. Okay. Claudia said because she's still in love with him. That's why. I think I don't even know if it's maybe. I would just think she's still so codependent, right? She's still so attached to him. It's like she has an attachment disorder. I'm not trying to armchair diagnose. I'm just saying it seems like there's this real attachment. Can't let go no matter what. Like, oh no, we have to get him a lawyer because he can't. Like, how long is he going to go for? How long will he be in prison? Like, probably forever. He's also now facing the death penalty. Like, oh my goodness. I mean, just think about that. Just all of that. Okay, so let me continue playing this.
Believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex is okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
No, that's okay.
I want to know what it is, and not because I think you're a bad parent. Not because I think you're a bad. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have.
Here, I'll cover that for you, bro. I do. I think you're a bad parent. Me personally, you don't have to worry about that, detective. I personally think she is. Just saying.
A proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her, and we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't showed me that I am.
I don't know what I needed to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephen. Think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you discussed, whether it's this week, last week. Don't put it in your mind that he's been victimized you. Don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stefan cleared?
Yes. Okay, so that's redacted again. Sipe, thank you so much. He said, thanks, G and Grizzly, support him. You're the best snark facial reaction expressions in the true crime universe. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. That is very, very generous of you, my word. Yeah, sometimes I'm just like, yeah, I don't have a poker face. You could just read my face. The horror, the disgust, sometimes the fear. You know, sometimes I feel like, oh my word, this feels so scary. What's going on here and how, what she's saying, and that she wanted to protect Stefan. I mean, I can't even, right? Cherry and Max said shock and trauma can make you completely numb, even if she stopped her meds. It takes months for the brain chemistry to be restored and emotions felt. I think she was in denial, but not actively involved with the deeds. Well, thank you for that. That's your opinion. I somewhat agree, but I'm still like, in principle, there are still principles, right? I guess that's the thing. Where are the principles? Because in principle, you just don't send your daughter off to bed with any man, let alone your boyfriend or your ex-boyfriend. Oh man, that's in principle. It's universal. It's universally understood. I'm sure in any language, in any country, people know that, right? You know what I mean? So it's like that common sense that was big time lacking. And I think it's because Jen was selfish and she liked to have kind of like a full-time babysitter, right? So she could get her sleep and do her things. And it's just, unfortunately, she wasn't very passionate about being a mother, right? Lottie said the fact that they didn't write down a single location she offered and going into the specific line of questioning suggests that they know that she was more involved in her death and where her body was, right? I don't know. I guess she would know Stefan the best. And so they need clues because at this point, they didn't know where Maddie would be found. And then they had a press conference. Let me just see. The timestamp of this is 2:37 p.m. Eastern time, right? And so the press conference would be happening or would have just finished as this is going on. And once that witness saw the press conference, then this would be around the time when they call in and say, hey, I saw that guy out there. And by 4:30 that afternoon, they found Maddie's body. Okay, we've got 1 hour left of this interview.
You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I sent you the list of the stores that he may have stopped at and didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area, because it's a place you guys have talked about together.
Because it's a wooded area with a lake with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs.
But did you assume the best of Maddie as well? Because it doesn't sound like it. She hardly had anything nice to say about Maddie, even when Maddie was just missing, let alone when they thought she was murdered, right? The only nice thing I've ever heard Jen say.
If you go backwards in this interview, she even was talking about, I don't think she liked her daughter very much. Again, because I feel like she maybe was jealous of her and Stefan's relationship. Again, this is just my opinion. I'm not an asshole. I do have a heart, but I can't help but say what I think on this scenario. She made a comment about when she found Maddie's phone on her dresser. She goes, I took it with me because I was going to yell at her for leaving her phone at home again. Are you serious? Your child's missing. And that's what you think to say. And it was stated very early on in this investigation that her and Maddie didn't get along very well. Take it for what it is, folks. That's all I'm saying.
Say about her daughter is that she had a beautiful voice. The rest is just like, oh no, she wouldn't even find her way home. Doesn't know where her friends live. Doesn't know her way around. And then all the other things, right? It's just downing her and saying she's messy and she didn't listen and she was going to disown her when she turned 18 and ship her off to her dad. All that stuff. Like, oh my goodness.
We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't know
Okay,
my phone.
we'll get you phone with that. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one. I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think you could dump a body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there, so she could be there. So that tells me she's not there. It tells me it's a waste of the search.
Okay.
Because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think. I need places you think based on the conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay. There's no conversation I can think of where he's named interest in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire.
Think of a story now.
I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he
Think
said
of a story.
he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time and said he hurt himself doing it.
That's because he's a bitch. That's how he hurt himself, changing the damn tire. Pathetic. And that didn't even happen that way because he didn't pull into a plaza. He pulled off the side of the road where he was at. So he didn't even tell the truth about that. That's sad.
The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you questioned him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m, getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, oh, whatever that. Same thing with this. It's like, oh.
Yes, exactly. We spoke about that before in a previous episode. Like, whoa, so you're just okay with him? Like, let's leave at 2:30 to go and fetch Maddie together. And then he's just like, oh, sorry, I'm late. I forgot my phone again. And she's like, okay. Like she's so chill. Like anything goes with him. He can do anything. He can do no wrong, right? Oh my goodness. Well, look at what he did. Tori said he was probably headed to Gator Lake. Got the flat, so he put her body in the woods in case someone stopped. I was also thinking that because he wasn't that far from that alligator lake, right? So that may have been his plan.
I got a flat tire was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 in the morning with my car?
I didn't know he
This
was out.
is 2 times he went to 192. Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing in 192 itself, of where that is.
And
Not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does. But
I'm sorry, Alice.
How about that? That right there, that statement. Now, I'm not saying she said that in relation to what's going on, but think about that statement. I just let him do what he does. Hear it again, guys. Hear it again.
Oh, sorry, I'm late. I forgot my phone again. She's like, okay. Like she's so chill. Like anything goes with him. He can do anything. He can do no wrong, right? Oh my goodness. Well, look at what he did. Tori said he was probably headed to Gator Lake. Got the flat, so he put her body in the woods in case someone stopped. I was also thinking that because he wasn't that far from that alligator lake, right? So that may have been his plan.
I got a flat tire was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 in the morning with my car?
I didn't know he was out.
This is 2 times he went to 192. Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing in 192 itself, of where that is.
And
Not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does. But
I think he was being stupid and oblivious. I don't see him as a smart man. I let him do what he does. You let him do what he does.
I'm sorry, I'll go back so you can hear the whole sentence, but this is where I would say, do you need a mirror? Oh dear. Howie Brown says she hasn't once mentioned the child's name. Her child's name should be every other word. She has mentioned it's just redacted. So every time you hear little silent portions in this video, Maddie's name has been redacted by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, right? So I do think that she has said it, and that is why you hear those silent portions, right? Okay, let me just go back a few seconds here. Yeah, around there. Okay.
You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 in the morning getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, I don't know, that. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, I got a flat tire was here. Why is he at these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 in the morning with my car?
I didn't know he was out.
This is 2 times he went to 192. Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing in 192 itself, of where that is.
And
not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
And he did tell. I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer, and I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious, because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does, but I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure, but I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes.
Well, duh. Like, I don't think he's the smartest guy. I don't. I just let him do what he does. But I don't think he has good judgment. I don't think he makes smart decisions. Yeah. All the more to protect your daughter from him. Hello. Oh my goodness. Ina, thank you so much.
To act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry.
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
So,
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
what do you think happened? Well, they don't know. You know,
There's no true words she said. I just let him do whatever he wants to do, basically. That's what she's saying. Just let him do what he does. Yeah, whatever he wants. We know that now. Literally, anything Stefan wants is okay with her. No problem. You want to snuggle with my daughter? Okay. You want to go upstairs and watch movies with her? Cool. No problem. Well, what the hell, man? Oh my goodness. Thank you, Brandywine, little Irish girl. This interview. It's my goodness.
Deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she's probably deceased Sunday and Monday.
I
We
still
didn't see her Monday morning.
I still want to believe she's deceased. I know
Well,
you. I know you showed me pictures, but
For the
like,
purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it and I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Wow. I think he could have drugged her. Did he choke her? In my opinion, those are both the things that he did, and she just named both of them. So that's kind of interesting to me. Just saying.
Yes, that. She's like, could it be possible that he drugged her and choked her? Yes. We don't know. We have not heard anything about the toxicology report because Maddie is a minor. So that information is protected, right? But that's interesting, especially because in other interviews and in the documents, Jen Soto had said that Stefan said he gave Maddie an extra dose of her medication that night, even though she didn't need it. Now she's like, I don't know if he dragged her and then choked her. Literally that. Like quite literally that, yes. Kathleen's like, there you go. Yes, keep speculating. She's already mentioned gators, Okay, well, she's pretty much telling without telling, you know what I mean? Gators and dragging her, choking her. Yes. Wow. Okay.
Mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there?
Sorry, I don't like to start again mid-sentence. I always like to.
The more I hear, the more I believe she knows everything about this, you guys. I'm sorry to say that, but I do truly at this point believe that she knows everything that happened that night and the next day. That's again just an opinion I have, but I'm saying that's exactly how I feel.
To just go back just a little bit so we get the full context of the sentence.
Do what he does. Meaning,
I'm sorry.
you said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
Listen,
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
what do you think happened? Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she's probably deceased Sunday and Monday. We didn't see her Monday morning.
I still want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
For the
like,
purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it and I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence, or I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys. I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her. You mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And in those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her.
Bullshit. You know exactly what he did. That's what I'm saying. This is why I have issues with her. No, I didn't see that brutally, but I will look into that here after we get through this.
I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea, because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys.
Oh my goodness. Hearts, my face forever said her first guesses are correct. So she's suddenly super intuitive. And we know she hasn't been intuitive before because she said, my mom put it in my body to never trust a man, which is quite odd. It's not like in my mind or like in my brain. It's like my mom put in my body to never trust a man. And she said in this interview today that she felt in her body that Madeline was still alive. So therefore we know, okay, so don't
Thank you, Captain Jenks, for the super chat. God bless, brother. We appreciate you very much. Thank you, sir.
Trust your body. Like her gut instinct is a little bit wonky. Okay, so interesting how when asked a question like that, she's relying on her gut instinct, supposedly, but she gets it like the answer perfect, just about. We don't know about the drugging, but we do know that in many of the CSAM photos, it appeared that Madeline was asleep. So they probably was, sleep medication, all sorts of things, right? And Stefan said that night, which we read in the documents, that he gave her an extra dose of medication, even though she didn't need it. Okay, so could he have drugged her and choked? Yeah, Jen, that was interesting. That was quite spot on when she doesn't actually have intuition in general, right? Rojo said she freaking knows how did she get immunity. Well, she got derivative immunity, right, for that one interview there. So who knows? It's never too late. As someone said earlier, look at Donna Adelson. That took forever, but she was arrested at the airport. Remember that? Okay.
You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen? That's what I don't understand, because like, did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us what we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come up in your words, in your mind, what do you think happened that night into Monday, because we do not know. I don't know if her murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her in the car, what is your thought on what happened.
Yes, tell us.
I think
Let's see if her intuition is spot on again.
she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard.
She just said, I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of the other roommates or how no one heard. That's an interesting sentence. I really wish that Peter Hyatt would get on this case and analyze these statements. Man, his wisdom is so needed in this. Like, my goodness. I mean, what she just said is quite shocking, actually. Yeah, Stefan, I'm saying check. Yeah, sometime early hours. Yeah, But the roommates did hear noises at 2:30 in the morning. And they said it would have to be really loud. It sounded like someone putting something on a table or, something was very loud going on in bedroom number 4. They heard things at 2:30 in the morning. So, yeah, roommates heard things, Jen.
You're saying he drove all around town. Not sure where he could have gone.
And then him coming home and leaving, and coming home and leaving, what do you think? Knowing that he killed her.
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck. If you're writing a book, what are you writing? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you. So it's not real. So you're telling me what you think.
Yeah.
Right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week. All right. He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back, and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing at 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time when he came back and then left again.
Stashed the body. That's how she's talking about her daughter at this point. That's wow.
But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know.
Oh, where she's like as someone said, she's doing a lot of self-snitching. I don't know if you guys watch Bruce Rivers as well. I sure do. She's doing a lot of snitching. They're like, oh, maybe he went out there to like check the body or move the body. Yeah, that's what we've all been saying for a while now, right? It seems like the most plausible thing. Oh my goodness, she's saying a lot here. Carol's like, that's your daughter, ma'am. Andrew says, this detective is a grizzly. Hit the like, subscribe. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, Carol, that's your daughter, ma'am. Deanne says, OMG, your daughter's deceased and you haven't shed one tear. Okay, a few seconds back here. Wait. There, okay.
And not be seen. But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a job or to move the body again.
What?
I don't know.
That is so crazy. That is so what she just because we know that where he went on February 26th to hide Maddie's body, where he had the flat tire, right? He went back the next night, well, that night, it turned over to February 27th in Jen Soto's car. So it's so interesting to say, well, maybe he went back to check if he did a good job. What? Like, the thing she says, wow.
But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional.
Yeah, Sleuthy Goosey says to change. She was going to say change what? Her pants? What was she going to say? It's really, I mean, I'm going to go back one more time. I'm sorry if it annoys anyone. I hope it doesn't because it's shocking what she just said, right? So let's just go back to about there.
Running and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a job or to move the body again.
Damn.
No.
Oh my goodness, that's like a mic drop moment there. Like, sure, that's self-snitching. To change, I don't know, to like move the body, yeah, to change what exactly? That there's a few things you see that Jen Soto says that for people who are like Jen Soto sympathizers, they're like, how could people attack her like this? Just think about what she says. My worst fear was this becoming or turning into a Woody Allen situation. And if you know about the Woody Allen situation, you know how bad that statement is. That's like, you don't just come up with that. Like, why is she thinking about that? Why does she say that? She says she discussed with Stefan that that's her worst fear. Wow. And then even there, what she's saying, there's so many things. We've already made a bullet point list before of all the red flags, and it's not all. Because since then, there's so many more interviews, there's more documents, there's this and everything. And it's just like, oh no, that list is getting pretty long. It's pretty long, right? Yeah. Dolce Martin says, move something. Oh my goodness.
But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. You know, teenager leaves their phone at home, so they're attached to it.
She's left her phone home multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his.
Oh my word. Her cell data shows that normally her phone goes with her. So these detectives are like, no, we're going to call you on that. Digital data shows that her phone actually usually goes with her. We've analyzed it. Okay, thank you. So she doesn't forget her phone all that much, huh? Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's Betty Ross said the fact that Woody Allen entered her mind and that she introduced that into an interview where that was not the topic.
Welcome, Leslie. Thank you for joining us here.
Whatsoever.
Great to have you here.
And
And thank
was
you
that
for that like
told
button.
Stefan that this would turn into a Woody Allen situation.
Anybody else that's in here that's come in recently, if you haven't, please hit the like button so we can get this in that algorithm. I do appreciate y'all so very much. Again, thank you for being here.
And then, you know, there's this stepdaughter, and then they run off and get married. And I'm like, what is she even saying? Like, all of those words just
Welcome, girls.
Oh my goodness. Melissa said body was found where he changed the tire. Yeah. And she's just like, you went out there, wait, to change? Oh no, that was very telling what she said. It's kind of like she's telling. And now it's obviously interesting for us to watch in hindsight. This interview was on.
She's telling the story, you guys, word for word. I kind of think that this is what he did. I kind of feel like he did this. I kind of felt like this is what happened. She's telling exactly what happened. Word for word. It's ridiculous. So don't say she didn't know. Oh my God. This is insane.
March 1st. So watching it now, with everything that we know now, which isn't everything. Of course, the public, I mean, there's been a lot of information released in this case, a lot. But so I would think maybe at this point, what we know, like 80% of the case. Normally, one would know maybe like 50% once a PCA comes out and more information. But this point, there's been so much information. Defense Diaries podcast, hello to you. Hello to any other content creators that I didn't see. I'm so sorry. Thank you all for being here. Okay. So we still got about 48 minutes left of this interview.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, was not an accident. So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body? Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone?
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. We think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you they're just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day. Because he went to look at the house of cards bullshit, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious. What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do? The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it, he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah. Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister. Was the last thing searched on it Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He's not obviously cooperating.
Can you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going away.
Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone, him disappearing multiple times, him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the that to me is suspicious.
In the what? Again, she's telling without telling. What were you trying to hide in the what? Wow. Okay. Sure. You guys are all saying, are you okay, G? Because of the time. Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m. for me, right? And we still got another 50 minutes. But guess what? Right after this, we're going to do it.
As far as I'm concerned, she's trying to talk around the situation so that she looks less suspicious. That's how I feel this is going at that point.
Another stream based on my schedule for the week. This is the only time I can do this. Okay. Currently covering a trial and all of that. So right after this, we'll be teleporting to the next stream. Okay. And we're going to watch 6 hours of Stearns' police interrogation the day that he got arrested. You might see some man boobs. I'm just warning you. You might see him take his shirt off. Ew. So trigger warning for that. You've got hours to prepare. No, not hours, about an hour. We're going to teleport from here to there. Don't worry about me. I'm used to it. I was an airline pilot for almost 10 years of my life, and I'm used to being awake all night. How do you think I do true crime? Like, hello. So thank you so much all for being here. Thank you for buying the mods coffees. Oh my goodness, the mods. Thank you so much, mods. This has been a very big day. Okay, this is already stream number 3. There will be no notifications for the next stream. So you guys know. Like,
Did you know him? I don't.
Yeah.
Sorry to pause. Positive Vibe said it makes me sick to know the poor Maddie had no one to protect her and how confused she must have been. I know. That is just.
I was trying to think, like, could he
No,
have had
he didn't
time
cap at all.
to stop somewhere, wherever he stopped her?
As far as I'm concerned, everybody failed this child. The mother, that piece of shit. Anybody that surrounded her failed her in every way. And it's sad. It's very sad.
And took her to Northport. I think he had time.
Has he cleaned your car since he came back from Northport? Was he brought to a car wash? Has he detailed it? Paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we finished this? What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But north.
I know we've said it many times, but every time she says stashing the body somewhere around there, it's so disconnected from her own daughter, which sounds like she's been always, right? It's just like, that's your daughter you're talking about. Yeah, he was probably out there stashing the body. So what?
Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like, I don't know, you would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 192 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna
thinking,
go everywhere.
We're searching woods right now, or she's not.
I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you
Thank you for being here, Brutally. Sorry that you're taking off, but I appreciate you stopping by. Take care.
on a wild goose chase.
Yeah, no one would want that. She's like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase, okay? Right, don't worry, you've already said a lot, lady. Defense Diaries podcast said, Bean Missing G's amazing content. Thank you so much, and thank you for asking for the thumbs up. If you guys haven't seen one of the latest episodes on True Crime News, which used to be called True Crime Daily, Sidebar podcast with Joshua Ritter, Bob Mott is on it, okay? Go check it out.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think. Where do you take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think you took her?
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators. I don't want to think about it, though. No, I know. I just don't want to think about getting eaten by gators. I don't know where she is.
Like I told you, it's going to come to a point where we will. Like, Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick.
Thank you, Leslie, for being here.
Tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find what you need to think about.
It was amazing that at this point, it would be 90 minutes from the moment he said that when they found Maddie's body, because of that witness that called in after seeing the press conference. So hence, I always say, I know I say it a lot, it might annoy people, but like, if you see something, say something. If you saw something or know something or heard something, just say it. It could really help. I mean, that witness, imagine if the witness thought, I saw a guy out there in a car like that, but they probably know about it. No, the tip was everything. This, I redacted his name in the documents, but the guy that called in the tip was like, I saw the guy changing a tire. He even drew a little sketch for the police. That's where it was. And they went there, searched around the area. We watched that together. They were all the choppers out, all the police on the ground. Everyone swarmed that area. Okay, and then they found her body. Oh my goodness, 90 minutes after this moment. But I believe them, they would have never stopped until they found Maddie. Oh my goodness.
When we find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. And I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stephanie, that you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're going to be mourning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you. He hasn't mentioned. We haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
Any of the days that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, and everything else, did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over. It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that.
She finished her sentence that time. The supposed changing the tire thing. That was interesting. Studio says, why would she use the phrase good job when describing why he might have gone back to check where he stashed her, all while Maddie was still missing? Right? And see, people are still asking. So it would be, if we were there in real time, 90 minutes from this moment is when Maddie's body was found, based on the timestamp. I would think that that timestamp is local time. Sometimes it could be UTC. That would be interesting. But I think that based on that being 4 minutes past 3, they found Maddie's body at 4:30. If I need to correct anything like that, like timestamps, please check out the pinned comment. Okay, I'll put any corrections there, all the timestamps eventually. Of course, it's going to be hard to do timestamps for the trial and this today after being live for so long because we're doing another interview after this, but I will eventually do all the timestamps of key moments, and you guys can too. If you want to add some timestamps where something stood out to you, you can also put that in the comment section, right? Okay, so, damn.
But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did you do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
No. No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
Even in some of the audio interviews, she slips up there every time saying reset his phone. No, I don't mean that reset. I mean like update. She does it so often because we know that he factory reset his phone twice, once at noon and once at midnight. So it's interesting that she says reset. No, I don't mean reset. I mean update. No, you're literally against snitching. My goodness. Indy said her gasping is so annoying. Thanks for all the hard work. Oh, thank you so much. Also, Lil Red says, who believes he killed her in the makeshift crappy room she had not upstairs? Who dressed her? I do believe she's giving a script. There's no way she knew nothing, no way. So we've gone through some scenarios. If you've seen some of the previous live streams, if you're brand new here and you've never seen it before, go check it out on the playlist. I did a whole breakdown of scenario 1, 2, and 3 of what could have happened. I think it was in the video that's called something like evidence photos room by room or evidence room by room. I think it's in that one. We went through some of the scenarios, right? Okay.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car after?
I think he left everything was in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car? to verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
Never dawned on you to go double check. Except by the time he would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What you told us?
Yeah.
And then she was reported missing.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
It never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't suspect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this. I didn't doubt.
But you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family.
Yes.
You described instances where you document where he was lying to his family, lying to you, lying to others.
Lying to his family, yes, but lying to
You
me.
discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You had
Exactly. He's just, this is a bit redacted now here, by the Orange County Sheriff's Office, by the way. It's not me redacting that. So in all this darkness, sometimes we need a little humor to cope, okay? It's one of my coping mechanisms. Sometimes people don't like it, but like, gotta cope with these heavy topics. So full-time Nana after he said, am I the only one who thinks it's odd to sit in the middle of the couch? And until you said that, I didn't really think about that, but it is quite odd. Right in the middle of that couch, like, damn, lady, like, yeah, I don't know if I would have chosen to sit there. Obviously, she wants to be like in the middle because they're both facing her, but that is a little bit odd. Yes, to each their own, right? Kathy said, so glad these cops are being straight out with her and calling her out on her BS. She's a disgrace as a mother, and her fake crying is obvious. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I mean, here and there, it seems like, oh, okay, she's showing some real emotion, but as I say, then it just she switches it right off again, right after that. Okay, let's continue. We've got about half an hour left of this interview.
It wasn't his family. You're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because you, regardless of the victimization, describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents, right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things, right? He's buying himself things. He's not. You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was.
Okay, they're redacting again, which is my cue to talk. Oh, long time redaction. Remember when in one of the audio interviews we listened to, she said that they thought that Stefan stole Maddie's Christmas money? So she's like, no, but he never stole from me. Yeah, but you said that you and Maddie discussed that the Christmas money went missing, and you both thought that he stole it. So, right, to be like, oh, he never stole from me. Oh, you're the exception, right? Mm-hmm. Not really. Okay, I just also want to just put it out there that I'm not trying to highlight only people who buy stickers. That is so not my vibe. If you've been here for a while, you know that. I'm grateful for all the support. Thank you so much, but that's not why I'm here, right? So I'm just putting it up because I don't want to miss it. Otherwise, people get really pissed off with me if they buy a sticker and I don't put it on the screen or I don't see it. And I'm so sorry if I do miss any of them. I'm only human and there's a lot of people here. But thank you so much. You said thanks for your honest coverage. Thank you very much, Sarah.
What happened to her? Where did you? What's that? I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around it.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school. When I called him and told him to come to the office, I asked him if you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
They were like just shaking their head like, what? And that's what we all like, why? Which again, okay, if that's how it was, she didn't ask any questions, then there's a lesson to be learned. Ask questions. Laura Richards, who's got a YouTube channel called Crime Analyst, she's an expert in domestic violence, coercive control, stalking, and lots of other things, right? You can go to thelaurarichards.com if you want to find her. She's always like, ask questions, stay curious, like, please, So yeah, stay curious and ask questions. You can't just be like, oh, well, okay, you said you changed a tire and like, whatever, let's just go to sleep. Let's have a little bite to eat and night. No. In general, I mean, ask questions, but especially if you have vulnerable people to protect, even if she's vulnerable. If she's a vulnerable adult, which she might be because of her mental health, right? Maddie's more vulnerable because she's a child. So you have to step up, even if it's more difficult for you. You have to step up. There's someone more vulnerable in the home. Maddie, your daughter. You could just like let it go off with Stefan. Oh my goodness, no.
I remember being on my phone. He was on my phone for a little bit. I know I was medicated, and I was just zoning out.
Oh no, we got excuses coming. I know I was medicated and I was just zoning out. Okay, great.
I wasn't thinking anything of anything. I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think, not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face for your missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened. It minimizes your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent with a person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives.
And you know what I just said to you guys the other day? It was talked about the fact that he may have stole her Christmas money. I'm pretty sure he stole her birthday money too. That's just my opinion. Once again, because this guy is that much of a piece of shit, or they did. Who knows? She's always talking about not having that much money, so on and so forth. It's very possible, you guys. These, ugh, God, can't even say it.
And crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, sees her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way. The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember robbery.
Thank you.
No, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious or this and that. I still believed the story he had told me, that while we were sitting in the car, I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out there. She's being sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
Thought your worst fear was a Woody Allen situation. Just saying, snarky moment there. But
very true, very true. She said that her worst fear was that she was going to be groomed and she was going to run off with him. Now the worst fear is that she was being sex trafficked. She thought he was the wrong guy. Blah 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 blah. I don't believe any of that. Sorry.
This interview is just like, yes, they're saying all the things, but we haven't really heard. We've seen some documents, we've heard some audio interviews, but like, yes, detective, like that detective is losing his patience. Looking at it, he's like, oh my goodness, I can't take this anymore. So yeah, the lesson would be maybe
absolutely, Charlie, very quickly.
Don't trust anyone blindly. Why would anyone do that? Just like I just believed everything you told me. Why? You know, again, I'm going to mention Laura Richards because I did her course on coercive control, and she said, don't give people the benefit of the doubt. Like in context, of course, but I was like, oh, it's like if there's a red flag, don't just be like, no, give them the benefit of the doubt. If there's some man that comes and sits next to you on a train and you feel like, I'm feeling uncomfortable, why would they do that? Don't give them the benefit of the doubt. Like maybe they're just being nice, or maybe she's like, no. So I'm just like, Jen, again, read the room. You can't blindly just trust people. It's so dangerous. We do live in a dangerous world. It doesn't mean everybody's dangerous and everybody's doing things that are wrong, but just rather be protective of yourself and others. Have some boundaries, some principles. Yeah, some self-respect. How about that? Some self-respect.
I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone of the areas you described and we can go through it.
Sure.
You said House of Cards?
I still think that they sat that whole day and built this narrative. That's, in my opinion, what I think happened. The entire day, they had all that time. They were just talking about sitting in her car and blah, 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 blah. I think they built their own narrative. That's truly what I think. That's my opinion, honestly.
No.
House
House game rules.
It's on Vine Street in Kissimmee.
Right, Oak Street.
There you go. That house game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
Also, the other problem I have with this is that the fact that he has basically accused her multiple times of knowing what more than she knows, and she didn't get any more defensive than she did, I'd have been pissed in his face. Like, you have no fucking idea who you're talking to. You know what I mean? I would have. She didn't even move. She just cries. Fake cries. No. Sorry.
That's all, but oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, it's maybe rural, but we're looking more for where you think based off of his route, not necessarily just like the green parts of the map.
Yeah. The back of house game rules has access to the lake. That is the one shot I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said house game rules. Did he make it there? I don't know.
She made a statement in the audio we listened to yesterday or day before yesterday, Cap, that her worst fear was based on a Woody Allen thing, that he was going to groom her and that they were going to run off together, basically. That was her worst fear. What? That tells me you don't think very much of your daughter, first off. Second off, where did that even come from? That's disgusting. That's all I'm saying. Is somebody in here being disrespectful? Walt, if they are, please let me know, because I'm not in the mood to deal with anybody's stupidity or ignorance today. Oh, yeah. Doodle Help took all that stuff up, Mikey. Thanks. Is there? I didn't think there was, but are you just throwing that in there, Walt? Thanks. According to the roommate, Jennifer was very upset that day and crying while Stefan was baking it, and even asked if she was okay. I don't know. Paula. Okay, I got you. Good stuff.
This feels like buying time.
Hey, T2014. Yeah, I've seen and heard that supposedly they have found a body. I planned on showing that here once we got through all this, just out of curiosity. But I just kind of wanted to wait till there was a confirmation so it wasn't a false hope. That's all. Thank you, T. I appreciate you.
See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like 2 people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stefan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stefan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Or is it just, that's your friend and the only time he ever talks?
No, you're okay, T. No worries. I appreciate the info. Thank you very much.
Or hangs out with her with you?
Exactly. Just my friend, and he would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time. Her name is Courtney Brackman. She lives, can you pull up the map?
Mm-hmm.
But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
They had a hotel that night, Charlie, because police, CSI had shut down their house. They couldn't go back in there because of stuff they found in the house, supposedly, in regards to the possibility of Maddie's death. So they didn't want anybody back in that house until they clarified and figured everything out. That's all. So that's why they ended up in a hotel that night.
Now, everybody has different opinions. Mine is a little bit more like this. Just like, I wish people would stop protecting enablers as if they are just innocent bystanders. Jen is the adult, and that means she had complete responsibility for her daughter's well-being, right? Even if she had some challenges, well, you got to step up. You got to be so strong then, you got yeah. And I mean, Jen was even never mind people enabling Jen. Jen was enabling Stefan. He could do whatever he wanted. As Sunny said yesterday on, if you didn't see that show with Sunny Slaughter, you got to check it out. And Sunny was saying that Jen was like enabling the groomer. It's very different to being like a mom and house when you don't know, and then you get this huge fright of like, wait, what was going on? This was like enabling. You go upstairs with her. Make sure she goes to bed right now, and all of that, right? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Linda Jane. Okay, let's continue listening here.
Do you live somewhere in this area over here?
I'm sorry, Leslie Dago, what's wrong? G.Y. Soyaki. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry. I don't understand. My apologies.
Around here. Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often.
There's a preserve there.
Yeah, a few years ago. We would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stefan?
No, Stefan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, on the phone.
When we talked about St. Cloud and, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there, to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I see what you're saying, Leslie. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean to be. This case really aggravates me. This woman aggravates me. And, people have soured me on YouTube in a lot of ways. I'm just very angry. I'm just tired of dealing with trolls and nasty people that make up bullshit and lies and try to ruin people for no reason. And I'm over all of that kind of stuff. So it's kind of hardened me a little bit. I don't mean to be mean if I'm coming off that way or sound nasty. This case really, really, this one pinches me hard. I'll just put it that way. Listening to this woman has made me angry throughout the whole interview. But I'm just tired of people trying to take apart and hurt good people. That's all. And I just get this thing in my head, So I'm sorry if I seem to be that way. My apologies. I don't mean it's nothing with any of you guys. I promise you. None of you guys at all. I adore each and every one of you guys. So you're a different kind of troll, Walt. You don't count. So that's all, guys. I'm just in a little bit of a bad headspace over all the stuff that's happened recently and stuff like that. That's all. My apologies. When you lose people from your community for no apparent reason whatsoever, over lies and dumb shit, that's hard to take sometimes. So that's all. Please excuse my persona, I guess you could say. I don't really mean to be that way. And like I said, listening to this interview has really angered me a lot. I'll say that much. Because I can't stand her. I can't. And all the bullshit she's spewing is just making it worse. So that's all. I will try to perk up a little bit. My apologies, folks.
It's been a really long time since I've done a hike down Lake Lizzie with her. That's been at least 2 years. Yeah, those are the only places in St. Cloud that I would know, that I can think of, that he might be aware of, but
But your gut tells us no.
Lake Lizzie probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up past card rules again?
Yes.
Or house rules again?
Is he in the video games?
World of Warcraft,
I know, Ramen.
into
Thank
tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40K, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, "Why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time when we don't have money? Like, you don't have money to spend." He's like, "Oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available." That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer. Do you guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, see him? Like, how far down?
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182, okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back of it, but it's still 182, it's still really busy.
I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it. Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything you talked about today in this interview is true, correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me? We'll talk at any time.
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where your body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stefan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stefan went on 192?
No.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week in any conversations with Stefan where he disclosed what he did. Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in the trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions. It's not your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
That's the only opportunity. You obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers. You have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know. You're
Right.
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriff's probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Nina, Chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talk to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
I think this is where they had found her at this point, right here, when they called them out like that. That's my opinion.
Now, from the local tipster, wait, I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Hold on. I'll just go 15 seconds back. Okay, here we go.
And if you can't get a hold of him, you can take my sister's number. She's
Are you going to be going back to your condo? Or are you going to go to?
I don't think I'm returning to my house ever again. I want to. I want to be safe with my sister.
So what we'll do is we will walk you out this back parking lot. If the car is in the back corner, so I'll walk with you. We'll go through the back, so we don't go through the front lobby. It was a press conference today. Obviously, none of us got to see what was said. I assume it's just an update. But we will go through the back to go get the car, and that way we are not walking through the front lobby and making your way out there. I don't know if there's no media present. I assume you're not in the state or moved to go walk past 32 news cameras. So we will go out the back and get the car, and I'll show you how you can leave here, and we can call your dad from the back so you can know where to go or where to meet you. We just tell him, hey, she's gonna be in the back parking lot. You can drive around. You guys can follow each other out, whatever you choose to do that way. All right.
Her life is just devastating, and I know it.
All right, guys. So there goes that. I know that was long. I'm sorry. We've been here 4.5 hours. So I don't know. I don't feel any different. I feel she's completely wrong. And oh shoot, hold on one second, guys. All right, guys. Sorry. So, like I said, even after watching that, I don't feel any different. I feel like she knew everything, in my opinion, possibly. And if she didn't, then she's just an idiot. That's sorry. I agree with the detective. I don't feel that any form of medication can numb you enough to not see or feel any of this stuff. I agree with him totally on all of that. um, well, she made a statement that her worst nightmare was that, like the Woody Allen statement or whatever it was, that Stefan had groomed her and that they would run off together. That's some sick mentality right there, folks. To think that kind of shit is something wrong. There's something wrong with you mentally. And I swear, based on things I saw, that I feel that she was jealous of her daughter in some ways. Okay, because of the relationship that was visible between her and Stefan. Okay. I really feel that there was a jealousy there. It's sad. That's why I think that there's not as much emotion. And that's just me again. I could be wrong. Just saying. So, all right, guys, what I think I'm going to do, I don't know if it'll make a difference, but I was going to shut this down since it is kind of early still and take a little break, do some things, and come right back here shortly. Maybe I'll do 3 shows today. We'll see how that works out. But anyway, because there's a couple other things I want to cover today too, but I want to keep them all separate, for integrity reasons. Madeline deserves nothing but Madeline in her scenario. So again, I want to thank Gazella K for everything she's done on this. She's done a really, really amazing things with bringing info on this case and bringing this out so that we can review this. I'm beyond grateful of it. So I don't think she knew. I don't think she knew is what it is, Bombshell. I just think that she had an inkling, obviously, of that scenario, or she'd have never said something like that. That's all I'm thinking in that sense. That's all. Let's see. SRB says, look, my own mother was widely jealous of me growing up, not for the same reason, but as an overall, it's a messed up situation when a mom can feel that way. Guys, I've read of stories where this is like that, where people are jealous of their children, with their relationships with their spouses and stuff like that. And it's not always a sexually based thing. Sometimes it's just the attention that child gets that the other parent's not getting from their spouse. And I understand, how some people could do that. You know what I mean? But it's wonderful to have you here, Kim. It really is. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, brother. In the early beginning stages of that interview, that detective brought it out there, how Madeline could have very well thought that they were together and that they had a very close feeling for each other. And based on what the detective said, that in Madeline's mind, that was her boyfriend. It's very strange. It is a very strange situation, but it does happen. It does. The psychological side of it's weird to understand, but it does happen. It does. I see what you're saying, Bombshell. I get it. Right, SRB, exactly. Right. Most definitely. Shut up, Walt. You're a mess. You are a mess. Yeah, I can say that too, Bombshell. I agree with you on that. I think a lot of us think he did. I think we all think he did, truly, because he did. He was for years. Okay. And I think any tears he shed were probably real tears, because what he ended up doing, he ended his happiness, per se, as disgusting as it is to say that, but it's true. Yeah, grooming, you're right, Charlie. It's not just about gifts. There's a lot involved with it, but that's what he's been doing. So once again, guys, this footage again we got via Grizzly True Crime. Please go check it out. The link's in my description if you have not. And again, I want to thank Gazella K for everything she did. She does amazing stuff. And again, we wouldn't have this if it wasn't for her. So please go over there, check out her channel if you haven't yet. Like it, subscribe if you have not. and show some support over there because she definitely deserved it. She puts in a lot of hard work on this stuff. It's crazy. Thank you, Miss Sherry. There's a link right there. We can just drop it here. And there's going to be more of this to come. There's a lot of other stuff out there. Gisela even said it herself. So exactly, bombshell. But like I said, I think I'm going to bring this down just for a quick bit. Do some things I got to do real quick, and I'll be back shortly for a secondary show on something different. If you guys are interested, of course. And hell, like I said, I may pull 3 off today. Who knows? Lord knows that I can use them to catch up on all the stuff I missed. So that's very possible too, Paula. Not only was Maddie not going to tell anyone, she was protecting who she believed was her boyfriend and hiding their relationship very well from literally everyone, friends, family, teachers, counselors, which in turn, maybe Jen didn't know to some extent, or what I think it is truly based on what we heard from the detective and so on and so forth. Is I think Jen was in denial. I think Jen did know, but didn't want to know, didn't want to believe it. And kind of threw herself into denial a little bit. That's what my opinion is. Just saying. So, once again, guys, I want to thank you for being here, for supporting the channel like you do and did, and going over that with me so we can all see the actual real interview with Miss Jennifer Soto. And, of course, express our opinions and our feelings on that, because I think we all kind of feel the same way. I think we're all reading the same book, and we're all in the same chapter on the same page with this case and how we feel about the situation. So it's always good to sit here with you guys and do that. So just give me a few minutes, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, just in case some of you guys may not come back, which that's understandable. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Do not change a thing about yourselves, because you guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. And I will see the rest of you, or all of you, who knows, here in just a few, very short few. Besides that, guys, thank you again for being here. Thank you to the Blue Crew, as always. Amazing, amazing stuff. And I will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data facts, sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, are streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero